And then there was a computer program that Simon Marketing used to pick the general region that the ticket was going to go to. Right. And you needed to know all of those things to be a successful winner.
So this computer algorithm would pick the distribution center. Jerry Jacobson at least knew what distribution center and how that game piece was supposed to be claimed.
So they would set up fake addresses in different places to make it look like they were winning different parts of Europe. All right, so next question is from Andrew Kohlmeyer. I was curious about the $1 million ticket that the first winner interviewed by the FBI referred to as the $1 million instant winner ticket. I was under the impression that Boardwalk was essentially the $1 million ticket. It seems odd that no one refers to it as Boardwalk, so I'm wondering if it worked differently than I thought, or I just care too much about them not using the Monopoly reference. There were two $1 million winners every time this game ran, and one of them was Boardwalk. If you got Park Place and Boardwalk, that's $1 million winner. And there was also one instant $1 million winner where you only needed one ticket. It literally said instant $1 million winner, and that's what he won. Next question is from Mike Curtin. How did the press not find out about this?
Every single one of these winners who came forward, who did these commercials, holding the big check that weren't part of the FBI, in McDonald's eyes, they were legitimate winners. And you can look back in hindsight, see how the pieces connect, but it didn't seem like there was any connection at the time.
A question from Derek Klein. Did the recipients of the prizes have to return the money, including St. Jude's Hospital?
Yes, so anyone who is indicted has to pay restitution. In fact, they're still paying restitution to this day. St. Jude's is unique. The game pieces were not transferable, and McDonald's decided to pay it as a donation. It was, in a way, excluded from the actual payouts. So St. Jude's did not have to return $1 million. Our next question comes from Cynthia McAdam. Did anyone actually win the large prizes during this time? If so, what happened?
So the game started in 1987, and the fraud started in 1989. So from 1987 and then 1988, all those prize winners, as far as we know, were legitimate. The first prize won in 1989 was $25,000, so there were some legitimate winners. There were also some winners throughout the entire game that could or could not have been legitimate, but because of the death of Jerry Colombo, the FBI couldn't prove that these people were involved.
It is possible that there were winners who came forward and claimed prizes that did not receive a game piece from one of Jerry or one of the recruiters.
All right, what's next?
Matt Oven, why aren't these idiots still in jail where they belong?
You seem very passionate about this. So it's a really interesting thing, and this was a question that we asked very early on with the FBI. Like, why are people still in jail? And for white-collar crimes, as long as you don't kill someone or kidnap someone, the sentencings usually aren't as extreme as you would think. The next question is from Quinn Laporte, or Laporte, if you're sassy. Did the quote-unquote participants pay for the game pieces and then split the winnings? Jerry Colombo seems to be making out like a bandit. Did we ever get any money? Where is Matthews? He needs his own podcast episode. Please! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. That was a lot of that.
Every winner was a little bit different. Jerry Colombo was worried that people would not actually pay up, and there were a couple cases where people did not want to pay their recruiters. Lee actually did not get any money because Jerry Colombo died. She was waiting for it. She was asking him. What mysteries are
Never know.
Perfect. Now, count back from 100, subtract to the 7.
Treat that. The DMs.
100.
How is Jerry's brother, Frank, able to talk so freely about his brother's dealings without the family being upset?
According to Frank, he cleared it with the family to be able to talk to us. And the reason he knows so much is because his older brother, Jerry Colombo,
Diddly pot is addictive?
his best friend.
Yes. Well, you're wrong. I quit smoking pot for 30 days.
Robin.
And now I'm smoking pot again. So you're wrong. Do I seem high to you right now?
Don't know to this day.
Well, you're wrong. You're totally high right now. This is an important one at this juncture. At what age do you think it's okay for kids to start getting high?
We understand that McDonald's doesn't appear to be at fault. However, who's responsible for all of the hopefuls with McDonald's to get the game pieces, yet didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning?
27, actually. 27. Okay, what are those three words?
By running the game again to catch the first
Cab, avocado, brick.
they were going to get hit with a great deal of negative attention. And there were a number of class action lawsuits against
You
McDonald's.
got 27. So, over
Next question is
22 is
from
still normal, but you barely got it.
So far, you've been quite kind to McDonald's. My question is, I have read some material on the case on the internet that states Uncle Jerry stole the winning monopoly pieces under the justification that McDonald's was intentionally holding back the winning pieces for distribution solely in the USA. McDonald's
Cereal
purposely
7.
not sending
That's what I did. I
out
switched it to
Canada
cereal
or
9.
also program.
What's the
Uncle Jerry's
chemical name for the active ingredient?
was already rigged for temperament, so I might
No, it's an apple.
myself. Is this true?
Oh, wait, that's the answer to the vegetable.
Something that
What's
Jerry
the best fruit to turn into a pipe?
there's actually no evidence to corroborate this.
Apple.
Yeah, I looked into it, and in fact, we found evidence that actually
What do you charge for an 8?
this statement. So even though he
Haha,
said
got you. Say hello to Officer Benson.
As far as Jerry,
Have you ever been high at work? If so, what do you do? If not, why not? You can take a fifth. How many, or take an 8? How many presidents? In terms of
That is it for episode 6 of the Bastillions podcast. We're also going to have a bonus episode of the podcast very soon.
Yeah, and the bonus episode will be a bit different. It's going to be hosted by Tom Segura, who's very well known.
He will be interviewing us.
If you do have any further questions, though, please email us. James, again, what is that email?
I think I can get away with it, but then I don't.
McMillionsPodcast@hbo.com. That is McMillions spelled with an S, not the usual
You know, I thought I'd be
$sign,
sick of smoking
which you
pot
will
and
find
it was 30 days. It
over
turns out it's not. It's been
my
great.
bedroom
But
where there's a poster.
I've been having people drive me around.
And if you want to record your voice, email that to us. We'll use that in the show.
Be on the lookout for a bonus 7th episode of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by Fear in conjunction with Unrealistic
My name
Ideas.
is Doug Benson,
The
and I'm super high.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Prince-Licker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Mary from the Apple Studios Studios.
California's medical marijuana state.
And the music heard here comes
So I got my
from
license.
composed by Omar.
I got a fucking license to smoke pot. I didn't have to do a test or anything. I just had to go, it hurts me in my neck. Here you go.
Find the McMillions
I'm a doctor. Here you go.
Spotify,
$200.
HBO Go,
Now I have a license.
or wherever you get
It says I can
podcasts.
smoke pot.
Thank you all again
No one,
so much
no one here has that. Not in Idaho. But you should. This place is awesome. Bless you. You guys are allergic to the truth. And I'm standing on my own jacket.
Somebody something
I'm
like this.
scared. It's scary to be in a state.
Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in
I
front
mean,
of your
out
face
in,
is the thing
you
you
know,
don't expect.
California, it's
I
legal
was going to be
on the
in
state level,
winter.
but on the federal level, it's still exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game pieces in the McDonald's.
Ultimately, it comes down to the federal government to decide what is and is not. Marijuana is illegal in any form under federal law. Federal drug agents raided 11 medical marijuana outlets today. In LA County, DEA agents swooped down on LA clinics because federal authorities don't let recognize California's law that allows the medical use of marijuana.
Yesterday, DEA agents provided search warrants and went to 11 facilities here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they're locked up the road.
They took all of the medication and patients' records in all of these facilities. The climate of fear is very real.
I said, please don't tear me down. I'm just not standing up. There's some big mistakes. I wanna get fucked up, just like I used to do with my daddy president. I will break all the rules, or I will have no regrets. Cause I am president now. Believe it or don't no more. Never achieving politics and fame. Fame and disaster. Let's go more. I'll show you the master. No, these puppet strings are hard to break.
I'm waiting for a sheriff to use medical marijuana. I'm not going to say it won't happen because it's needed. Yeah, it's needed. That's why I think it's all right.
You believe in what you're doing?
I'm not going to what's called
Okay.
So we are not supporting this action today. The city of West Hollywood believes that we have a handle on these facilities. We have regulations in place. We're close with the sheriff's department to ensure that they operate with intent to secure the proposition 214. We can't tell
federal
them.
government has the right. We can't stop them. We don't have the legal authority.
Not the sheriff's department.
These people are powered by the state. The state law is being broken here by the federal agents right now. These guys should be enforcing California state law. Period.
They're not shutting us all down, and we will reopen because in California, the biggest trees in the world grow from little seeds. I'm just a little seed. All these people that were behind us earlier are little seeds. This movement will not be shot down. Well, you know, I've been a patient for almost 11 or 12 years. When I crawled up those stairs in San Francisco and ran into Dennis Burrell, who opened that first spot, and he sent pictures. I'm sending them out of Los Angeles. I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I'm a proud American patriot, and I will continue fighting for medical marijuana.
So it's 420, day 30 on.
Over.
Oh, it's just starting. Well, you know how going into this thing, I thought that by day 30 I would be so sick of pot and being high and just be dying to be done with it for at least take a break for a little while, you know. But I'm sitting here, it's 420 and I'm about to light joint number 2.
Yeah, you don't have to now. You're off the clock.
So I totally don't have to. It's personal choice now. Roll some more joints. You guys are here on day 30. This is day 30 of getting high all day, every day. From the second I wake up in the morning until I go to sleep at night. And I gotta wake and bake. That's how I start. And then I don't have a rhyme for the end of the day, but what's that? It's the program intervention. Now, are we playing Jeopardy or something? Where the question is the answer? Because that was worded really strangely. It would have been cool if I had an intervention, man. I guess you could try to do one now, but this is the last day. Kind of fucked up timing. Stop what you're doing. That's like if the guy in Super Size Me was like, on day 30, I can't do it. Well, you already did a lot of damage. So this is day 30, and I gotta say, honestly, it's a fantastic way to live. I recommend you all become stand-up comics who don't have anything really that you have to do during the day. And at night, you can get away with acting like a buffoon in front of nice people who just want an old-fashioned intervention. And finally, do you think sick people who feel better when they smoke pot should be able to do so in the privacy of their own homes while not operating heavy machinery and possibly watching a Project Runway marathon on Bravo? Yes, Joe is right. Thank you, Joe. You're awesome, man. You've been great. Thank you very much for coming out. I hope to see you again.
I smoke it weed, man, and that big seed, son. I smoke it straight there is in town. From a super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it straight there is around. I smoke it till I'm dead, cause it feels good in my head. I smoked a lot in Western Caroline. I swear that orange crush, so sweet it'll make you flush. You're feeling good with your illegal smile. I smoke it weed, man, plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it straight there is in town. From a super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it straight there is around. When I visit the pharmacy, they don't seem good for a night. I say, oh boy, I got 40 different strains. And I smoked them all, volcano to the brain. I think I can remember all the names. Got the blood, fish, golden, blueberry, Saturday, last night, EK47 and the OG Kush. She got the purple and her granddaddy mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of hash. She got the Kush, bubblegum, blueberry, Saturday, last night, thunderfuck. EK47 and the OG Kush. She got the purple and her granddaddy mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of hash. I smoke it weed, man, and that big old seed, son. I smoke it straight there is in town. From a super sticky green to the headache next brown. I smoke it straight there is around. Some people call it dope. Some think it smells like burning rope. I tell you, it relieves my mind. Just to know we're a compassionate state. I think it's time to medicate. We have the publish bubblegum, blueberry, Saturday, Alaska, time to fuck. AK-47 and the OG Kush. She got purple in her granddad mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of hash. I smoke it weed, man, plant that big seed, son. I smoke it straight there is in town. From super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it straight there is around. From super sticky green to the headache makes it brown. I smoke it straight there is around. Yeah, I smoke it straight there is around. Yeah, I smoke it straight there is around.
I'm certainly glad you joined me today. You ready to do another fantastic painting with me?
You recognize his iconic image.
Who's this? This is Bob Ross. This is the most famous painter in the history of the universe.
Signature phrases.
A happy little cloud that floats around me. Says just one thing.
And soothing voice.
Anything that you want to do, this is your world.
Bob Ross is one of public television's most beloved personalities.
The Bob you see on the show is Bob that we all knew. I used to watch Bob Ross all the time, and the thing I remember was his positivity. He made you want to do that. He wasn't only a painter, he was an entertainer in his own right. Without any flash, his paintings spoke for him, and he kind of took you by the hand and led you along the way. I talked to only one person and I'm really crazy about that person.
Some watched for his easy-to-learn painting technique.
When I watch his method, I go, it is. Wow, how does he do that? It's amazing. And he makes it look incredibly easy. But the interesting thing is that when people actually try to do it, they have success.
Once you have the technique down, all you need is a dream in your heart and desire to put it on canvas.
And some were just captivated by his calming demeanor.
And I think maybe that's part of the magic. I think his voice was part of it, his presence, his manner, his tone. I think his sincerity came across, and I think people relate to that. They still live it.
Every legend has an intangible aura or something. I just imagine whenever you're comes with greatness, people just want to be around it.
Bob Ross is public television's most recognizable artist.
Everybody knows Bob Ross, and especially his hair.
This is the story of a young painter with a dream to share the joy of painting with everyone.
My father, he spent most of his time when he came home from work watching public television. He would have us watch Bob Ross, where we would learn how to paint, learn how to use our imagination.
I'm sure the word magic gets used a lot. I mean, it really is like magic. I mean, you mix up, color. You can take a little bit of this yellow and stick it with black. Yellow? What? You're like, that's so counterintuitive. And then it takes like a palette knife, gets a little thing, and there's a trick. And it's like, how'd you do that?
People continually say, I can't draw a straight line. I don't have the talent, Bob. What you bring. That's baloney. Talent is a pursuit of history. In other words, anything that you're willing to practice.
This is Bob Ross, the Happy Painter. But before Bob became one of the most popular artists on television, Robert Norman Ross was just a boy from Daytona Beach, Florida. He was born on October 29, 1942, and grew up in the Orlando area. Each of Bob's parents helped shape his life in critical ways. His father, Jack, was a builder.
I used to be a carpenter years ago. My father was a carpenter, and he taught me the trade. I tell you what, he really beat the shit out of my
He lost a finger helping his father. When there's a palette shot, you can see the missing finger. But because it was on his left hand and not his right hand, it didn't affect his ability to hold the brush.
Blender brushes are very, very soft. My father used to say they're tender as a mother's love. And in my case, I'm a certainly German. I'm very prejudiced, but I think I had the greatest mother there was.
She had the largest influence on him. She's the one who taught him the love of wildlife. Second to painting, or maybe even more than painting, Bob loved wildlife.
I think when I was a kid, I used to have every kind of pet imaginable. I lived in Florida, so I had access to a lot of creatures. But I had a pet snake. And he got out of the cage and was lost in the house for a long time. My mother got up into the bathroom one night. He was on the
But Bob's childhood wasn't all that easy.
Bob says that they were not wealthy, and really, I think he viewed these wild animals, anything he could get his hands on, as toys and entertainment.
His mother and father separated when Bob was very young. His mother remarried briefly and had another son, Bob's brother, Jim.
When I was a kid, I used to sit around and my brother and I would look at clouds and we'd pick out all kinds of shapes. We'd see the Nemo, we'd
angel or the candy man or whatever.
20 years later, Bob's mom married his dad again. But they didn't have long together. Bob's father died soon after they remarried. School was also tough for Bob.
Do these little X's. See? Little X's. There. It's just when the teacher used to grade the paper in school. Right across it.
When he was just 18 years old, Bob joined the Air Force.
I spent half my life in the military. I used to come home, take off my little soldier hat, put on my painter's hat.
He got married and had a son, Stephen.
He was really painted, I think, since he was born. He was about 12 years old before he realized everybody didn't paint.
But Bob soon found himself raising a son on his own. His first marriage didn't last long. Bob and his son had a close relationship, and years later, after the Joy of Painting series took off, Steve would occasionally appear on the program, and eventually became a certified Ross instructor himself.
Steve traveled all over the country, teaching hundreds and hundreds of people the joy of painting. I've asked Steve to come today and show you what he can do in just a few minutes, so I'm going to turn it over to Steve, and I'll be back again to show Steve.
Thanks a lot, Dad. Steve, incredible gentleman. Bob said he talks better than I do, and he paints better than I do. But Steve never was someone we could convince to come on and work in the show. And I always regretted that because I thought he had no understanding.
Bob and Steve lived in Florida for several years until the military transferred them to Alaska when Steve was a young boy.
I was born and raised in Florida. He was 21 years old before he saw sight.
Bob remarried and settled down near Fairbanks, Alaska with his new wife, Jane. She was a civilian worker with the Air Force. For more than a decade, Bob worked mainly as a medical records technician at the Air Base Hospital and cultivated his love of painting. He was inspired by the snow-capped mountains that surrounded him and sold his paintings to tourists.
He was a part-time bartender, and he was painting gold heads in Alaska and selling them in the bar to make money.
One day, the tavern's television was tuned to a PBS station. Bob looked up and saw a painting show hosted by a German man named Bill Alexander.
How long can you have dreams? How long can you have creative power? You need a mighty creative power.
Alexander was painting scenery that Bob was familiar with, and he was using a centuries-old painting method called a la prima, which means direct painting or all at once. The basic premise is that a thin paint will stick to a thicker paint. Alexander called it the wet on wet technique.
Years ago, Bill helped me with fantastic technique, and I feel as though he gave me a precious gift, and I'd like to share it with you.
This method allows you to layer colors of paint on top of one another and blend them right on the canvas. Traditional oil painting requires you to wait for each application to dry before adding a new color. But the wet on wet technique is more user-friendly because it allows you to paint very quickly, and if you make a mistake, you can just blend it away.
As you know, we don't make mistakes. In our world, we only have happy accidents. Very quickly, we learn to work with anything that happens on this canvas. Anything.
This painting style was exactly what Bob was looking for.
I remember when he was in the Air Force up in Alaska, we went up there and he was excited about watching someone on television, and he says, "That's what I want. I want to paint before the bubble bursts. I want to get my painting on the canvas before I lose my idea."
About 1975, I saw Alexander on television, and like millions of other people, I fell in love with him. And it took me about a year to find him. I studied with Bill, and when I retired from the military, they offered me a position with the Magic Art Company as a traveling art instructor.
Bob's wife Jane and his son Steve stayed in Alaska for a couple more years until Jane was eligible for retirement.
So she allowed Bob to leave Alaska with $1,000 and told him to either go out and make his fortune or come back home. He promised her, "I'll go and do this. If it doesn't work, I'll come back home and do domestic stuff and be a good husband and father. And so she stayed in Alaska and waited.
Although he was leaving the land of snow-covered mountains, they left an indelible mark on Bob.
I lived in Alaska for about a dozen years. They have some of the most beautiful mountain scenery that I've ever seen. Absolutely gorgeous.
That breathtaking scenery would serve as his inspiration for the rest of his life and would eventually become Bob's signature subject. He took that $1,000 and set out to try and spread the joy of painting. Bob was teaching Bill Alexander classes all over the country. He happened to land one in his native state of Florida. And that's how he met Annette Kowalski in one of his painting workshops. And Bob's life would never be the same.
I had just lost a child and was still in mourning. My husband would have done anything to pacify me and make me happy. So he said, okay, I'll drive you to Florida, which is the only place you can take a Bill Alexander class. So I called the Alexander Company in Oregon, and they said, yes, we have some classes in February. Unfortunately, Bill Alexander has retired, and there's this guy named Bob Ross who's teaching his classes, and I was so unhappy.
Annette enrolled in a seminar that was 5 full days of painting.
During that 5 days, I became aware of an effect that Bob was having on these students. Very calming effect, very quiet. I had never seen anything like it. I was mesmerized by him.
Insisting that there's something there that has to be packaged and modeled. And that's what I was hearing almost every single night from dinner. And I think that was the driving force.
So the last day that we were in Florida on a Friday night, we went to a local hamburger joint and we invited Bob to join us. And he agreed. And I said to Bob, I sure wish you would come to Washington, D.C. and teach a class. So he said, okay, I'll do that.
So Bob quit working for the Alexander Magic Company and formed a partnership with Walt and Annette Kowalski, who were living in Northern Virginia. Teaching their own painting classes sounded like a good idea, but getting people to enroll wasn't easy. No one had ever heard of Bob Ross.
We plugged Bob into a shopping mall and demonstrates, and in turn try to recruit students for the classes that would occur maybe 3 days later.
We didn't have much success. Even though we ran expensive newspaper ads and paid Bob a salary and no students.
They thought maybe the classes weren't filling up because people were working during the day. So Bob decided to offer an evening class.
One man came to our evening class. And I said, Bob, we're not going to stay here and teach this one man. And he said, oh, yes. And at the end of the class, the man said, I'm so impressed with you. The idea that Bob would take the time to teach just me to read. I'd like to make you a proposition. I'm a businessman, which was his way of saying I have a lot of money. I would like to offer you $40. And in return, he wants 40% of what we do for the rest of our lives.
They turned down that offer and decided to keep pursuing their dream on their own terms, teaching painting classes in art stores and shopping malls. But they had meager attendance and mounting expenses. One of the ways Bob tried to save money was by getting his straight hair permed.
He thought that if he got his hair permed, he wouldn't have to pay for haircuts. And he could save the $1,000 Jane had given him.
He was the best man in our wedding. And one day, a number of years later, my kids were looking through our photo album. They kept saying, "Who is this man in these wedding pictures?" I said, "Well, you know who that is." I said, "Well, that's Uncle Robert." They said, "Nah." And I said, "Yes, it is." And they said, "Well, you don't have curly hair here." I said, "That came later."
Probably one of the most important things Bob said to me was, if you do what you love, the money will come. Don't think about money. Just do what you like.
To me, the first step of accomplishing anything is to believe what you can do.
But they needed a next move, a turn in the right direction. So Annette called Bill Alexander and asked him to make a commercial with Bob promoting his classes.
I handled it as a mighty man, Bob.
And thank you very much, Bill. We've had so many charged requesting classes in this area that we decided to put one up here, and we will have a class going in the near future with producing all 5 igers.
But the commercial wasn't recorded on a standard sized tape. It needed to be converted to a format that television stations could air. So they took the commercial to their local public television station in Northern Virginia, WNBC.
When they saw Bob painting on this tape, they got very excited and they came to us and said, "Wow, this guy is wonderful. Would you agree to do a television series?" And we said, "Would we ever?"
They came up with the idea for a show and called it The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross.
Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting.
At the beginning of the show, Bob would start with a blank canvas and finish less than a half hour later with a completed oil painting.
Bob told me that he went through every brush stroke in his head when he was in bed at night of how he would execute that painting on TV.
Every element of the show was thought out, from Bob's standard long-sleeve dress shirt and jeans to the soothing tone of his voice.
He said, "Annette, these television programs could go on for years. Little did he know. I want to be sure and wear something on television that looks as good 30 years from now as it does now." I think the hair he was a little sorry about, and he couldn't change that because we had made a logo out of it.
He hated his hair, but it was his trademark and he had to do it. And it really, really bothered him.
I talked to him about it a couple of times and said, if you thought about changing your hair, and he said, "No, this is my trademark." He had decided that's what he would look like. People loved it.
What a signature look. Yeah, I mean, it's like fantastic.
Even the simplicity of the set was no accident.
It was just a black curtain environment. Bob in his easel, 3 cameras. I ran the camera that Bob talked to.
Richard's been with him since the first Richard has finally got smart. Got tired of all his clothes being painted.
Bob's original idea was to have this elaborate set, like a trapper's log cabin, whatever. This was the original intent. Finally dawned on Bob that he would not create intimacy with the viewer. All of that in the background.
He liked the intimacy of the small space. It allowed him to feel the kind of intimacy and sound element at the end of the audience.
He said he pretends like he's talking to one woman in bed.
I talked to only one person when I'm filming, and I'm really crazy about that person. It's a one-on-one situation. I think people realize that they do feel it. I feel it on their end.
Bob wanted to publish a how-to book to go along with the Joy of Painting program.
WNBC said, "I'm sorry, we can't publish the book. If you want a book, you're going to have to publish it." And it was going to cost $30,000. So Baltimore pitched our house, and we published Bob's first book.
The book had the same step-by-step approach as his television program. They would go on to use the book for every series of The Joy of Painting, and Bob would dedicate each one to someone meaningful in his life.
Bob gets all the credit for these books. After he filmed a painting in front of the cameras, we would then go back home and he would repaint that painting. And I would stand behind Bob with my Canon 35mm camera, and he would make me take about 50 photographs the whole time he was painting. And those were the how-to photos that he wanted in that book.
Series 1 aired on many public television stations on the East Coast, but the audience was small.
In the time you sit around worrying about it and trying to plan a painting, you could have completed a painting already.
And the quality of the audio and video was so poor that the first series of The Joy of Painting was never aired again. And the book that goes along with it is a rare find. The partnership with WNBC dissolved.
I think we'll call that finished. And I want to thank you very, very much for watching us. I hope to see you again in the near future.
Bob would have to look for a new home on public television. With Series 1 of The Joy of Painting under his belt, Bob forged ahead teaching painting classes across the country and looking for a new television station to partner with.
Our dream was to move this inland to the Midwest. Walt was tracking where Bill Alexander's program was popular. Those were the cities that we wanted to hit with our classes. Phil Donahue was very big in those days, and he was coming out of Chicago. We wanted to run commercials on the Phil Donahue show, but where would we get a commercial?
Once again, he turned to public television, this time in Muncie, Indiana, just across the state line from Chicago.
In 1981, funding for public television got broken. A committee was formed in Congress called the Temporary Committee for Alternate Funding, called the TCAF. And out of that committee, there became a legislation that allowed for 10 public television stations to actually sell. WIPB was one of those stations. Well, I was sitting in my office, which happened to be in the upstairs bedroom of this television studio, which was an old house. And I look out the window, and this VW bus pulls in front of me. And we're thinking, okay. And this bushy-haired man gets out, this lady with him, and they come walking up to the door. Well, hi, my name's Bob Ross, and we're doing a demonstration and some classes at your mall down the street. And I was wondering if you could give any publicity to us. And I looked at our production manager and I said, "Have we got a deal for you?"
WIPD produced a commercial promoting Bob's painting classes and aired it before and after Bill Alexander's program. Walt and Annette also bought airtime on the Phil Donahue show. All that advertising paid off. The class was such a success that Bob thought about making WIPD the permanent home of The Joy of Painting. So he went to see the general manager.
He said, well, we'd like to talk to you about an idea we have. So, what's that? He said, what would you go to lunch with me? Sure. So we did lunch. He said, how about making a painting series?
We did the first one. We made the painting, basically 26 minutes and 46 seconds. And so we said, oh my goodness, how many of these can we do? And he said, how many you want? I said, when we realized we could do 13, we'd have a series. So believe it or not, in like a 3-day period, we knocked out 13 programs.
The next step was to get The Joy of Painting picked up around the country. So they submitted the series to a national distributor to see if there was enough interest from other stations to carry the program.
It went up for a vote. Basically, Bob and Annette and I and a couple of others were in our office with directors watching this for an hour. And by golly, it was a hit. They said, oh yeah, we'll take it.
They designed a marketing campaign turning over Bill Alexander's technique and his legacy to Bob Ross.
I hand over now that almighty brush to almighty man
And that is all for us from the TV.
Thank you very much, Bill. We look forward to seeing you right here on this channel for the joy of painting each week.
Now with a national audience, Bob was on the hook to produce a new program series every quarter. The production schedule was grueling.
And the whole programs that would be in a typical quarter in a 1 week period. Bob would show up on Sundays, place the paintings actually around the studio in which we're sitting on the pick out the order in which we were going to produce them. And we would do the opens and closes, the shows, all on Monday. And then we do probably 2 or 3 programs on Monday. Then Tuesday we'd usually do 8 or 9. Wednesday we do what was left. And look at them again on Thursday, and if we did retakes.
The show was generally shot straight through, live to tape. Occasionally, if there was a technical problem or something like that, they would go back and do an edit. But he was producing those paintings as you saw on television.
He was very proud of that there's no trickery going on. And I should mention here that those paintings were not all that spontaneous. There was always a finished painting hanging off camera that Bob was referring to.
Tell you what, let's get crazy today. And he would say all these funny things like, let's get crazy. But he knew where he was going. He knew where he was going, but he's taking you on that ride. He's keeping you entertained, painting all of this.
But Bob insisted that nobody ever see the finished painting because sometimes he didn't have time to do everything that was in that painting. And he would have to leave out a big tree or a bush or a boat.
There is one exception to Bob's thoughtful planning. He did Series 2 completely off the top of his head.
One night, somebody broke into our motorhome 2 days before we were to start taping. And they stole all 13 of the reference paintings. And that was the most spontaneous series that Bob ever did.
This new partnership with the PBS station in Muncie, Indiana was the right move for Bob. He would go on to produce the remaining 30 series of the Joy of Painting. That's almost 400 episodes.
So a lot of super people have a lot of work into making this happen. It's not done just by coming up here and painting those pictures. There's a lot of people here in the studio that work very hard to bring you a mass production. They really do a good job.
It was always fun to work with Bob. It was always a week that I think we look forward to when he would come back.
Bob had a wonderful sense of humor. So our days were spent more or less telling jokes, goofing on. And then when it came time to be serious and do the show, you know, the Bob you see on the show is the Bob that we all knew.
And when the work was done, Bob and some of the WIPB team would scour local antique shops for forgotten treasures. By 1984, the Joy of Painting could be seen in most parts of the country, but some stations still weren't carrying the program. While Bob was teaching classes in upstate New York, he gave every one of his students the home phone number of the local PBS station manager to convince him to carry Bob's show.
Give your station a call. Let them know what you want to see. And when they need some help, give them a hand.
Bob's wife Jane came down from Alaska to work with Walt on the business side of things.
Jane was very much involved. She did the secretarial work and the office work.
We were forever supplying Bob and making their own teaching class, and that's when we were in the basement of our home.
I was in college when they started this, crazy thing, and came home one day for Thanksgiving or something, and the house was just transformed. It was no longer home; it was like a warehouse and a shipping dock.
At this point, Bob and Annette were on the road teaching painting classes nearly non-stop.
As Annette and I have traveled around the country teaching people, we have made so many fantastic friends that have memories for so long now. And what truly the joy of painting is the friends that you make doing it.
But all that travel was necessary for the sake of the business. because teaching painting classes was at the core of what they did.
I think we all had a good relationship with our spouses. All of us did. But Jane allowed Bob to go out and do what he wanted to do.
My wife, Jane, she's stood behind us, kept this thing going. It takes a special lady to make it crazy, man.
It wasn't fun for them. It wasn't necessarily a lot of fun for us, but the encouragement was there from Jane, certainly I. We all learned to be satisfied with my wife as well.
The Oprah Winfrey Show called and asked if Bob would agree to appear. And I said, oh yes. Should I bring the easel and the canvases and paint? They said, paint? No, we're just looking for couples that are in business together but don't live together.
Without the opportunity to paint, Bob turned down a guest appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show.
To Bob, it was all about painting. It's always been about painting.
But the stress of turning this dream into a reality wore on him. And many times, Annette, Walt, or Jane talked about throwing in the towel.
Fortunately, there was never a consensus. Not all four of us agreed at the same time, so we went on a shift. Those who objected, the one before were in favor, and then the others were switched over and decided let's cash it in.
But Bob's persistence kept them all going.
Well, he never wanted to quit.
No, he never did.
And I was the one who most wanted out.
His complete dedication to painting and teaching others to paint was the driving force. What ultimately led to Bob's unprecedented success hosting a painting program was his unwavering belief that anyone could learn to paint.
You often hear that to be an artist, you have to be blessed with your own talent. I think Bob sort of reversed that notion. Anybody can paint. He said just a little bit of practice and anybody can paint.
Just recently, I was doing a demonstration in the hall. I had a man come to me and he said, Bob, I can never paint because I'm colorblind. All I can see is gray tones. So I thought today would be great to show you that anyone can paint.
That's the miracle of Bob Ross. He starts very simply and it just layer and layer and build. And anyone can do it.
That was part of the magic. Bob's unyielding encouragement. He said all you need was the desire to take that first step.
I remember putting my knife out for the first time and just shaking. From where I came from, absolutely no background in art, not knowing anything about brushes, paints, canvases. I didn't know anything. And I actually sat down in front of the canvas and did something. I was amazed at what I could do.
It's brought painting to or the ability to create something to the average person. And, they know they're never going to be a famous artist, we think. Maybe they will be. But when they sit down, they just get into their own world. And it's a nice place to get.
Bob nurtured the confidence of his viewers, and for many people, painting gives them a feeling of accomplishment. And that's part of the joy that Bob was trying to spread.
There is joy in creating something and being proud of it. And you can see the look on people's faces when they're up painting. It's like they just can't believe they did that.
You feel so important when you're doing it. When you're putting that paint on that canvas, you are doing something that up until that moment was in a couple of tubes. And a blank canvas sitting there. I mean, it wasn't doing anything for you. And you're taking those same exact things with just a little bit of energy. You're taking this and made it into this wonderful thing.
But the fact that a first-timer can achieve immediate success using the wet-on-wet technique is part of the criticism. Traditional artists chastise the method as being overly simplistic. And some say his landscapes use color combinations not found in the natural world.
Most people think that art is something that's very complicated, that you have to go to school for 100 years to learn. And we try to teach them that that you can do a very good painting with very little instruction, a lot of happiness, and teach him how to create.
People don't believe that he had any talent, that he just put the paint on the canvas. In actuality, he does everything that traditional artists do. He just doesn't talk about it. He doesn't say, he doesn't use the word perspective. He'll say make the color light and distance.
I think the hardest part with painting is knowing the balance, where the foreground and the background, and not putting things in the middle. And of course, when you watch what he does as a professional, you realize that he does all that for you, but he's not telling you, okay, these are the rules. You don't do this, you don't do that. He just automatically does it. But Bob never let the critics get to him, because it was not his goal to be regarded as a great artist, or even to teach others to be.
You say out loud, your work will never hang in a museum. Bob!
Well, maybe it will, but probably not this morning.
Because why? What's the deal? What are you telling me? Well, I'm trying to teach people a form of art that anybody can do. This is art for anyone who's ever wanted to put a dream on canvas. It's not traditional art, it's not fine art, and I don't try to tell anybody it is.
His goal was to get people to experience the joy of painting. And he did that by removing the fear of failure.
I think that's probably the main ingredient of most. He dismissed that sort of fear at the beginning.
I think that you have to believe in yourself, and you need the confidence to carry on.
I'd probably say he's done more for art than anyone in the history of art. He's got more people involved just because of his nature. And he told them they could do it for him.
Bob even acknowledged those criticisms in a spoof he did as an HBO film to run between movies. Bob interrupts a formal art class when he comes to paint the house. When the class takes a break, Bob gives it a try, using his own tools. With each series of The Joy of Painting, Bob's familiar image and soothing voice filled more and more homes across the country.
I think our first series, we managed 50 stations around the country. And probably for the next 2 or 3 years, we did rise much beyond 75 of the public channels. And then sort of exponentially went to 300.
It's on almost every station in the country still. It's like 95% of stations, which is the highest of any of the art programs. But most people who watch The Joy of Painting are just watching. The Bob Ross Company estimates that only around 3% of the show's audience actually paints along with them.
Millions and millions of people watch all over the world, and only a small percentage actually paint. They watch it because they just enjoy it.
I hear people to this day say, I watch that just so that I can hear his voice.
My method of viewing Bob Ross was definitely turn on the TV and watch and listen and just be confident. I couldn't possibly live to watch while Bob Ross was talking about it because you just get so sucked into what he's doing. And it was amazing because his subject matter didn't vary too much, but it never ceased to amaze me.
Every day I just come home from school and I really unwind when I watch his show. He's just like semi-enchanting. He really puts like a good feeling into my heart. It's fantastic.
The secret to Bob's success was Bob himself. His warmth and gentleness were sincere, but once he got in front of the camera, he was well aware that his personality was part of the show.
His manner, he just seemed like the happiest guy in the world. I think that, for me, was very powerful, seeing him his happiness. The things that he used to say, the way that he would always talk about the world. You can see the way he saw the world.
You just get swept up into this magical world where you're taken out of the present moment and you're taken into, a fantasy reality. And yes, it's his, but it can become your own.
You can make up stories because this is your world. In your world, you can have any fantasy that you want.
Bob cultivated a relationship with his viewers by engaging them in a one-sided conversation.
Think about what joy was. It's teasing him, right? It's a dude speaking softly and painting a picture. But it's one of the most beloved shows ever.
The instinct when you go on television, you see that red light go on, is, well, entertain the people. The worst thing that would happen to me was a moment of silence. And all of a sudden comes along Bob Ross. Who's going to put one of the lights out here? And I remember thinking, how did this guy get a show?
And although Bob was speaking slowly and calmly, he was painting rapidly.
Bob Ross, for as mild as he was, he painted like a bulldog. He really got in there. He worked that canvas. He worked that paint. He expected a lot out of his materials. He got it. There's things you pick up watching him, like the way to go pine trees, the fan brush, and they just, go straight out and get a little trunk and then little pieces all the way down with the fan brush. And it's so fast. And the next thing you know, he takes a brush and he does a couple of swirls with gray and black and white. And they're rocks. It was like so quick what he was doing. And it's fascinating to watch.
Bob had a passion for life. And of course, he had a Corvette, and he loved that Corvette, and a passion for wildlife. He was known for having small animals, or critters as he liked to call them, on the show.
This was not something we would have to or encourage, but he allowed him to do it. Bob.
We had lots of creatures on the show. The squirrels, of course, became his trademark. He really loved squirrels. Peapod. That's the one that just became famous. And Peapod lived in his house with him for about 2 years. And finally, he said, he really needs to be out in the wild. And so he released him. Bob was committed to rehabilitating injured or orphaned animals, and he would build elaborate cages for them. Actually, I lived a couple blocks from him. And every now and then, he'd say, "Oh, I made you a cage today." And he would have made me one of these enormous wire cages, and they were lifesavers. They helped me so much. Bob rented an apartment in Muncie near the television studio. It had a lake right out the back door filled with fish, and Bob would feed them every day.
Well, Bob had a heart attack. And he was bedridden for quite some time. And he worried about those fish. I stayed in Muncie with him while he was sick. So he said, "Annette, you have to go by the rent and feed the fish."
But even when he wasn't feeling well, Bob always tried to stay positive. He was always, he was a person that, and I know he had bad days. He used to have terrible headaches. And I know that, he'd have bad days, but you would not know it if you didn't know Bob Ross. He rose to stardom on the wings of public television, and he wanted to give back to the system that had given him so much.
Most of these paintings are donated to PBS stations across the country. They auction them off. They make a happy buck for them. So if you'd like to have one, get in touch with the PBS station. NBC or ABC gets 1,000 phone calls about a program, and they say, "Oh, okay." Then there's PBS gets a half a dozen phone calls from you with a pledge, especially. They shut down and have a party.
I'll never forget at an auction one time, he was painting a painting line, and we sold it, and the person that bought it said, "I'm coming in, will you wait for me so I can meet you?" And the woman walked in with her walker about 11:30 at night. We'd driven for about an hour to get here. And she started crying. She said, You know, I don't have too many good days anymore. When I watch your show, it's the best part of the day. And I just want to thank you for that. That's why I have Bob thanked her and gave her a hug. And he said, that's why I do this.
But at this point, the main source of income for Bob's business came from teaching painting classes and selling instruction books. And then a happy accident. The Alexander Company called and said they couldn't produce enough paint to keep up with the growing demand and suggested that Bob start his own line of products.
Bob also took that opportunity to refine the product that Alexander had producing.
He reduced the size of the largest brush that Alexander was using from 2.5 inches down to 2 inches, and he adjusted the formula of the paint.
Bob was very adamant about what he wanted, this kind of perfection, because he knew the system that he developed would work for the beginner if it was formatted a certain way.
More than the colors being specific is the consistency. Very specific. They're very, very firm. Here's what it takes to make the Bob Ross landscape oil colors.
You measure, put it in the ready mix, and then thicker products go over a 3-roll melt from the lab chemist comes and dry down that, and then the feed proofs kind of goes to a 2-roll.
Each tube of paint was printed with Bob's smiling face. As his products hit the commercial shelves, so did his image, establishing his brand in the commercial art world. Now Bob could focus on growing his business, and that meant training some instructors to go out and teach the method and the message of the joy of painting. As the demand for more television episodes, plus more painting classes, both steadily increased, Bob began to realize that he wouldn't have enough time to devote to both. In 1987, he created the first team of Bob Ross instructors. These students would go out and teach in Bob's place.
One of the things that we're trying to do as we travel around and teach this almighty method is we're trying to gather up an army of teachers. And soon we'll have teachers that travel this entire beautiful country teaching this fantastic method of painting.
Seminars and demonstrations gave way to guest appearances in big cities. When he released his cover book in 1989, Bob hit the talk show circuit.
My next guest has been creating his magic for the past 10 years on his own show, The Joy of Painting, which I watch all the time. The book of the subject, his latest is called The Best of the Joy of Painting. Please welcome America's favorite art instructor, Bob Ross. Why are you so popular? Most people can't paint, yet I find myself fascinated. I sit and watch it.
I think it's because the magic really does happen in 30 minutes, and there's no editing to these shows. What happens really happens.
What is the easiest thing to paint? If somebody wants to start out, somebody in the audience or me, what would be the first thing you would say to somebody?
Probably just a little landscape, because nobody knows if the tree's incorrect. If you put 3 eyes in there, either you're Picasso or something's wrong.
So show me.
You know, it's very funny to think that Bob would pull up his big limousine and he would jump out and the paparazzi would be clippers. But in fact, we were like dragging easels and we were just a bunch of country folk just in the big city.
He was also invited to be a celebrity guest at the Grand Ole Opry. Bob was a big fan of country music, and his friend Hank Snow brought him up on stage.
And when they introduced him, the crowd just went nuts. He went up there and he was a little nervous at first. He cracked a joke, and everybody laughed and cheered. He was on his way. Had a great interview. It was just a real cool thing to walk in and all these country music stars. Bob and said, "Oh, you're my favorite. I watch you all the time. I paint with you."
And then Kowalski and I had a private class with one of country western's living legends, Mr. Hank Snow.
I've learned more in the last couple of days than I could learn.
Well, thank you. Shoot, you do it almighty.
By the early 90s, nearly 300 episodes of The Joy of Painting were on the air in the U.S. and then Canada. Soon, translations started popping up in Mexico, Costa Rica, Colombia, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Turkey, Iran, South Korea, and Japan.
I was on in Japan, they said, don't take the soundtrack back up. You gotta hear his voice. I think his sincerity came across even if he didn't understand the words.
By now, Bob was arguably one of the biggest stars in the history of public television and host of the most popular art show of all time.
It's just, wow. This guy has got it. And that's kind of what it was. But he didn't let it go to his head. Not at all. I mean, you would never know that he had this one clearly had the attention nationally all because he was just kind of under the radar.
When his second hardcover book came out, Bob was once again called up to the networks.
Bob was looking at us and he's painting a mouse.
I don't know.
Because he's famous for his landscape. He said millions of people harbor a desire to paint, and I think he's right. Would you love to be able to?
Well, you know, we've talked about this before. I frankly have no, there's a book. I have no
artistic talent at all?
What? Hey, what? If I get you to pick up your palette, we have a palette prepared for
that's
each other.
That's part, Reed.
And just sort of put your thumb right through the hole there. There you go. Hold it like, oh, you look good.
Okay.
Now, this is the fun part of all this. We're just going to paint a happy tree right here. Hey, look what I'm doing here. I'm painting it.
Bob rose to the status of pop culture icon with a series of promotional spots for MTV.
I do love to paint trees. You can make it wiggly. That's all there is to it. MTV, it's all just fluffy white clouds.
And a tongue-in-cheek commercial for hair care products.
Subtle color.
A little bit of color.
And there's no motor or peroxide. Even conditions your hair.
They've done spoofs on Saturday Night Live. They've done all sorts of things. You know, what can I say? To reach that stature, it means something in life, whether you actually like what they're doing or not. The point is that they know who you are. And he certainly had made a reputation of being a physical icon.
But Bob learned just how popular he was while demonstrating his products on QVC. When he got off the air, a producer walked up to Bob and handed him a phone.
He said, Bob, I got somebody on the phone that's talking to you. He said, Marlon Brando wants to talk to you. Bob was very humble. He was like, his jaw dropped. He just, and it was phenomenal. I mean, that's the kind of magnet Bob was.
Although his career was at its pinnacle, his personal life was starting to come apart. In 1992, he lost his wife Jane to cancer. And his own health was starting to fail as well. He was fighting his second bout of lymphoma. He'd had surgery for the original diagnosis long before the Joy of Pain started, and had been in remission for years, all of which was kept secret, except to his closest friends.
He really got tired easily, and that probably was a precursor to what was coming.
But when Bob knew he was losing the fight, he began making plans to carry on the Joy of Pain.
We had a couple of years warning that we were going to lose Bob. He worried that when he was gone, the landscapes would go too. And so he said, Annette, I think you need to go public with the florals that you're painting.
Well, over the years, I've gotten literally hundreds of letters from people saying, teach us how to paint florals. That I'm not really a floral painter. I'm really a tree and mountain type person. So I've asked a very good friend to come in today and help us with a little floral painting. I'd like to introduce you to my partner and longtime friend, Annette Kowalski. Annette, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Bob. Around that same time, they opened the Bob Ross Workshop in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, to train the army of new instructors to carry on Bob's legacy.
It's viral. It's you teach 5 people to do it, and they go out and they teach 10 people to do it, and then they teach 20 people to do it, and it just keeps rolling.
That's what he wanted to happen, is that everybody would still pass that joy on to the next person.
Then in 1994, about a year before he died, Bob was invited to be a guest on the Phil Donahue Show.
I recall thinking, you know, when people watch the Donahue Show, you know, we hope we're interested.
interesting, and people watch it, enjoy it. When they watch Bob Ross, they went like this. You were mesmerized by what he was doing. I am just leaning forward toward the television set. I couldn't get over this guy. I was crazy about the guy. So, what do you do when you're impressed? You invite him on your show, which is what I did.
You don't necessarily jump out of a cake. I mean, you never were that kind of guy with a lampshade on your head. And when you are so cool, you are so calm, you are yourself, and you put together some of the most beautiful work I've ever seen. Look at the light shining. I mean, this is wonderful. And so, who's stupid to put his painting up after Bob Ross, the pro? All right, here I am. I'm about to embarrass the whole Donahue family. All right, this is what you can do if you apply yourself and have more talent than I do. There you go. The audience is just totally into this. And, when you're 29 years on the air with an audience every day, you get pretty good at reading audiences. And this audience, at the time that he did our show, was totally rabid. Sir, you wanted that. Oh, my mom watches him all the time. Yeah, I go there, she's always watching this guy paint. And she says, he looks so good. I wonder how they look in person. And they look terrific, Mom, in person. They look great. Bob, thank you.
By the end of '94, Bob became too weak to continue to travel to Indiana from his home in Florida.
Yeah, it was pretty clear as we started dealing with our issues. Doing 4 or 5 shows a more 3 or 4 hours was just too much. That's when we started saying, we need to stop.
The worst part of all for him was his hair. He was so upset because his hair, he did go through a certain amount of radiation and chemo, and his hair was falling out, and of course he had a wig at the end there, but he had an image to keep, and that was very important to him.
He had produced over 400 episodes of The Joy of Painting. The last series was number 31.
Bob was unable to complete series 32. I think he prepared 10 or 12 of the pages, and then he couldn't paint anymore, and so we were never able to film or tape this. But we do still have the paintings.
After he stopped recording The Joy of Painting, Bob went home to Florida and remained very private in his final months. Bob's life had always been about sharing the joy of painting with others. And even as his life was coming to an end, he wanted to find a way to share his love of painting and wildlife with children. And so he teamed up with a crew from Muncie to produce a children's program called The Adventures of Elmer and Friends. But he was too ill to travel to Indiana to shoot the pilot. So the crew came to Florida and recorded Bob's parts from his home.
I'll bet the trees through all of that old Walter tree. Like it says,
But how does that help us?
I think you should talk to a tree.
Talk to a tree? We don't know any trees. Oh, yes, we do. That's the happy little tree. The happy little tree? You mean the one Bob always paints? Yeah, that's a great idea. We could ask him about the gardens. But where is he?
He's in your imagination. But there might be a picture of him in this book.
It was really heartbreaking when we walked in and saw Bob, because we hadn't seen Bob in so long. He lost a lot of weight, lost a lot of hair, just not the Bob Ross thing. And God bless Bob, he had the spirit and he had the willingness to do it. Whether or not he had the energy was irrelevant.
In the end, Bob was only able to participate in the pilot episode. On July 4th, 1995, Bob Ross died of lymphoma. He was 52 years old.
Really touched a lot of people. And
made a difference in their lives, and I think the painting made a difference. But what he said made a difference. I think we're all looking for hope in life today, and will always be. And I think he was selling hope as much as he was selling pain.
He was just a wonderful, wonderful man. We were so lucky to have him come and spend the time that he did with us. He was our friend. He was our best friend.
Bob's legacy lives on through the thousands of instructors who teach his method.
When I'm painting, I feel like he's there with me, guiding me. It's an emotional thing. I can't describe how emotional painting can be for people and for me.
We continue to certify teachers at the same rate as when he was alive. There's probably 2,000 of them now, and they're all over the world.
And Bob himself still lives on through his TV series, The Best of the Joy of Painting. Blue Ridge PBS in Roanoke, Virginia presents the program to America's public television stations, where more than 90% of the country can still watch Bob paint happy trees each week.
Who knew that, like, 30 some odd years later, the shows are still running on TV? That's just fantastic.
There was a lot of pressure on us right after we lost Bob to replace him with another painter, and we talked about it. I think the smartest decision we ever made was not to replace Bob with anybody else. He just will live forever.
This is 28 years later now. I can tell you the phone calls that we get today are identical to the calls we were getting 28 years ago. It's a new generation of viewers now. I don't think a lot of people understand his age range and the lives he's touched. College students, young kids, old, middle of the road. It's incredible. But yet the one thing is that man's legacy does not go away. Nor should it. What he's given, many people have imitated, never do. The water ride of hers. I miss him, and I'm sure his millions of fans do as well. Until next time, on behalf of all the personnel here, my partners Walter and Nicholas, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend.
The thing I love the most about him is he'll go, oh, there's a pretty little tree in here. Yeah, maybe it's a friend. And maybe another friend. You know, I just love that.
And you'd see like maybe a part of the canvas is done and he would be like, oh, I'm gonna put this here. All of a sudden there's a cottage. Where'd that come from?
I don't know if I agree with Bob on that. I think anyone can do it, and anyone can enjoy it. So in that sense, you know, I've seen some paintings. Should I have?
Using athleticism, like you've ever seen before. Then Mikey was like, yeah, Rabbi. You listen. I want to see some pictures, get their faces painted. That's the art of painting, baby. I'll give you the art of painting. Where you go, dog? Gosh. Oh, it's okay. This is a real sheen.
type is saying things to us all the time. Typefaces express a mood, an atmosphere. They give words a certain coloring.
Everywhere you look, you see typefaces. There's probably one you see more than any other one, and that's Helvetica. You know, there it is. And it sort of just seems to come from nowhere. You know, it seems like air. It seems like gravity.
It's hard to evaluate it. It's like being asked when you think about off-white paint. It's just there. It's hard to get your head around something that's that big.
Most people use Helvetica because it's ubiquitous. It's like going to McDonald's and something about food. Because it's there, it's on every street corner, so let's grab it because it's on the corner.
For me, Helvetica is just this beautiful, timeless thing. And certain things shouldn't be messed with, you know.
Graphic design is the communication framework through which these messages about what the world is now and what we should aspire to is the way they reach us. The designer has an enormous responsibility. Those are the people, putting their wires into our heads.
How should I talk? Should I not talk? You want to say something? Say something, say nothing. Life of a designer is a life of fight. Fight against the arguments, just like a doctor fights against disease. For us, the visual disease is what we have around and what we try to use to cure it somehow, with design. Good typographer always had sensitivity about the distance between letters. We think typography is black and white. Typography is really white. It's not even black. It is the space between the blacks that really makes it. In a sense, it's like music. It's not the notes. It's the space between the notes that makes the music. For instance, we designed the corporate identity for American Airlines. This is done in 1966. The novelty at the time was the fact of making one word instead of American Airlines. American Airlines would be one word. After it would happen. Just say what anybody wants to do. It's the only airline in the last 40 years that has not changed their identity. All the airlines can go and change it. American Airlines still the same. There's no need to change. And how they can improve? They got the best of it. American Airlines can be better. We always have the tendency to use very few typefaces. It's not that we don't believe in type. We believe that there are not that many good typefaces, If I want to be really generous, it's a dozen. Basically, there are people that think that the type should be expressive and different type. Mine, I don't think type should be expressive. I can write for a dog with any typeface that doesn't have to look like a dog. But there are people that when they write dog, it should bark. What a benefit. It's a typeface that was generated by the desire of having a better legibility. It is a modern type. It is a very clear type. It's good for everything, pretty much. You can say I love you in Helvetica, and you can say it with Helvetica extra light if you want to be really fancy, or you can say it with extra bold if it's really intense and passionate, and it might work. You can also say I hate you. I can write. I certainly can write a few letters in Helvetica saying that. To wash it. If I could do that. When Helvetica came about, we were all ready for it
just had all the right connotation that we were looking for anything that had to spell out modern.
The 1950s is an interesting period in the development of graphic design. In that post-war period, after the horror of the cataclysm of the Second World War, there's a real feeling of idealism among some designers, many perhaps, across the world, certainly Europe. The design is part of that need to rebuild, to reconstruct, to make things more open, make them run more smoothly, be more democratic. There was this real sense of social responsibility among designers. And this is the period when the early experiments of the high modernist period start to be broken down, rationalized, codified. You get the emergence of this so-called international typographic style, or Swiss style. And it's Swiss designers in the 1950s who are really driving that along. This is where Helvetica comes in. Helvetica emerges in that period in 1947, where there's felt to be a need for rational typefaces which could be applied to all kinds of contemporary information, whether it's sign systems or corporate identity, and present those visual expressions of the modern world to the public in an intelligible, legible way. So it's underpinned, that's what I'm saying, by this great feeling shared by many designers for years.
I'm a modernist, you know. I was trained in the period. I lived in the period. I love modernism. I go next week to London to see the exhibition of modernism. I want it, you know, well, that's my life. I'm surrounded with furniture from that period, and I can change myself. If I see today designers, they use all typefaces, which are one day one typeface, the other day the other typeface, all in favor of a certain atmosphere. I don't like it. I'm always interested in clarity. It should be clear, it should be readable, it should be straightforward. So I started using gradually grids from my catalogs from museums. I invented the grids, and within the grid I played my game, but always along the lines of the grids, so that there is certain order in it. That's why I use grids. That's why I call it grading. For me, it's a tool of creating order, and creating order is typography. I started late with the computer. I think it was 1990. I bought my first computer, and I learned it myself, and I can handle it now quite well. Not like the young people. I'm slow, and I can do it. But I'm very much interested in that. I would have liked to have in the 60s the computer, because we can speed up our work. We can do it so much better, and especially all the layers you can bring into your work. We had the greatest problem in the 60s to bring 2 or 3 layers in the work. You need to do it by photograph, you need all kinds of crazy techniques. And working on the poster took us days. And now, within half an hour, you have your ideas and you can make variations and make a good choice. You can do better design on a computer, but you can speed up enormously. Shall we begin? I made these posters on the style movement. In the beginning, if you see the sketches,
I tried to use typefaces from Van Doesburg, one of the artists of the style movement. Then I decided for the final designs not to use this typeface because the illustration is already from the period, and I used the most neutral typeface, Helvetica. The Helvetica was a real step from the 19th century typeface. It was a little more machined and was doing away with these manual details in it. And we were impressed by this because it was more neutral. And neutralism was a word that we loved. It should be neutral. It should have a meaning in itself. It should, the meaning is in the content of the text and not in the typeface. And that's why we loved Helvetica very much.
I have to say that for a lot of my life, I rather dreaded the moment of having to explain to someone, you find yourself just sitting next to some nice person on a plane or a train, and they ask you sooner or later what you do. And if you say type designer, they generally look completely blank. Occasionally, someone will actually know the term, but they will say, I thought they were all day. Since I did some work for Microsoft in the mid-90s on screenshots, particularly Verdana in Georgia, I've had quite comical encounters with people who say, oh, you work with fonts. We just got this memo around the office where we're going to start using something called Verdana. You were heard of it. Funny conversations that never would have happened to me, 30, 40 years ago. My dad was a typographer, and although he didn't push me to follow in his footsteps, when I left high school in the UK, I had a year to film before going to university. I got sent as a trainee, unpaid trainee intern, to a type foundry in the Netherlands, where I spent a year learning what turned out to be a completely obsolete trade of making type by hand. It was a matter of cutting letters in steel, engraving them at actual size. I doubt if I ever got up quite to one letter a day at that time. So, I can say that really I've made type by effectively all means it's ever been made in 51 years that I've been working. It's hard to generalize about the way type designers work. There really isn't a generality of on us, but I think most type designers, if they were sitting in this chair, would essentially start in much the same way. I'd probably start with a lowercase h. It tells me, first of all, whether this is a sans serif or a serif typeface. If it were a serif face, it would look like this. Here are the serif, so-called feet on the bottom, top of the principal strokes of the letter. Are they heavy? Are they light? What is the nature of the serif? Is there a lot of thick-thin contrast in the letter form? What are the proportions of the overall height, assembler, so-called the H, X height part of it, lower part of it? Then, because an H is a straight-sided letter, I would then do a round letter, like alongside it. I can get a sense of how the weight of the curved part of the O relates to the weight of the straight part of the H. Already, there's a huge amount of DNA in just a couple of waveforms like that. I'd then probably do something like a lowercase p because it's half straight and half round, and also it has a descending stroke, which is another vertical dimension that I'd be interested in establishing. I would then build on that. If you've got an H, you've got an awful lot of information about M and P below this. You've got a P, you've got Q, and D, and so on. And then just as soon as possible, I would get them into words, or something that looked like words. Because for me, the experience of reading something is so critical judging typeface, because I find that's the acid test really of how typeface performs. One of the most characteristic, to my mind, beautiful things about Helvetica is these horizontal terminals you see in the lowercase a and c and e and g. The whole structure is based on this horizontal slicing off terminals. It's very hard for a designer to look at these characters and say, how would I improve them? How would I make them any different? They just seem to be exactly right. I have no last intention to second guess Helvetica because I wouldn't know what to do. This is the original type specimen of Helvetica. Before it was Helvetica, it had its original name, Royal Hospital Postman. The whole story of how Helvetica came into being is not entirely clear, at least to me. It is said, I think it's true, that Eduard Hoffmann, who had been the boss at the Haas type foundry, wished to make a modernized version of accident script test, which was essentially a traditional 19th century German sandscript. And his method of doing that was to sort of clean it up and so on. And it was, of course, Max Biedinger who made the drawings for Helvetica. I received the impression from people I knew back in the that Hoffmann's part of this was a very much more significant one than you might just assume by reading in a textbook that Max Biedinger is the designer of Helvetica.
You can easily say this was a joint product of Biedinger and my father. Biedinger couldn't produce a typeface alone. Neither could my father. But when both were working hard together, then something good resulted. Here are the first trials of the Haas contest, which was the first name of Helvetica.
I knew the way things worked at Haas, and I had gradually picked up on the importance of Edwin Hoffman and his almost pathological shyness, and the way that he would use other people's hands. But boy, could you see his mind at work on the faces where he was deeply involved.
You have here a note by Edward Hoffman indicating all the desired corrections. Capital Y is too slim. Capital A is also too slim.
When you talk about the design of the Haas Neue Grotesque or Helvetica, what it's all about is the interrelationship of the negative shape, the figure ground relationship, the shapes between characters and within characters, with the black, the inked surface. And the Swiss pay more attention to the background, so that the counters and the space between characters just all letters. I mean, you can't imagine anything. It is so firm. It's not a letter that's meant to shape. It's a letter that lives in a powerful matrix of surrounding space. It's brilliant work stuff.
My father had clear ideas how the typeface should look. So my father and me then sat together and they started to draw. Here you have a proof of the alphabet with observations by Max Biedinger.
Worked for Haas. He did not work as a designer. He was actually a salesman. His job was to travel around Switzerland taking orders for fonts and type.
By profession, he was a graphic artist, but he realized that he could make more money in selling foundry type. But my father said if ever I have an idea of a typeface, I'm sure that you could design it. I have here a specimen book of both type foundries, Stempel and Haas. You have to know that Haas was controlled by the German type foundry Stempel, and in turn, Stempel was also controlled by Linotype.
Now we go down to the cellar and see in our archives where we can find him. Here we have number 24. There it is. The Helvetica drawings.
The marketing director at Stempel had the idea to give it a better name because Neue Haas Protest didn't sound very good for a typeface that was that we saw in the United States.
Stempel suggested the name of Helvetia as very good, and Helvetia is the Latin name of Switzerland. I'm not honest, that is impossible. You cannot call the typeface after the name of the country. So he said, why don't you call it Helvetica? So in other words, this would be Swiss typeface. And they agreed.
I think Helvetica was a terrific name at that time. Also, Swiss typography at that time also was well known in the third line. So it was the best solution for Helvetica getting this market. Once we introduced Helvetica, it really ran away. It was exactly what the designers wanted. And I don't think there's been such a hot thing since as the figure-ground relationship properly executed. And it was, just a landslide waiting to go down the mountain. And away it went.
I imagine there was a time when it just felt so good to take something that was old and dusty and homemade and crappy looking and replace it with Helvetica. It just must have felt like you were scraping the crud off of like filthy old things and kind of restoring them to shining beauty. And in fact, corporate identity in the 60s, that's what it sort of consisted of. Clients would come in and they'd have like, piles of filthy old brochures from the 50s that had like shapes on them and like pretty bad photographs. They had some letterhead that would say amalgamated widget on the top and some goofy, maybe script typeface above the amalgamated widget would have like an engraving showing their headquarters in Paducah, Iowa with smokestacks, belching smoke, And then you go to a corporate identity consultant circa 1965, 1966, and they would take that and lay it here and say, here's your current stationery and all it implies. And this is what we're proposing. And next to that, next to the belching smokestack and the nuptial script and the ivory paper, they'd have a crisp, bright white piece of paper And instead of amalgamated widget found in 1857, it just would say Widgeco in Helvetica Media. Imagine how bracing and thrilling that was. That must feel like you crawled through a desert with your mouth just caked with filthy dust, and then someone's offering you a clear, refreshing, still icy glass of water to kind of clear away all this horrible kind of like burden of history. It must have just been fantastic, and you know it must have been fantastic because it was done over and over and over again. So this is what I'm talking about. This is Life magazine, 1953. One ad after another in here. This kind of shows every single visual bad habit that was like endemic amongst it. Zany hand lettering everywhere. This swatch typography to kind of signify elegance. Exclamation points, exclamation points, exclamation points. Cursive wedding invitation typography down here reading, almost everyone appreciates the best. This was everywhere in the 50s. This is how everything looked in the 50s. Cut to, this is after Helvetica was in full swing, same product. No people, no smiling fakery, just a beautiful big glass of ice cold Coke. Slogan underneath, it's the real thing, period. Coke, period. In Helvetica, period. Any questions? Of course not. Drink Coke, period. Simple.
Governments and corporations love Helvetica because, on one hand, it makes them seem neutral and efficient, but also it's the smoothness of the letters makes them seem almost human. That is a quality they all want to convey because, of course, they have the image they're always fighting that they are authoritarian, they're bureaucratic, you put yourself in them, they're oppressive. So instead, by using Helvetica, they can come off seeming more accessible, transparent, and accountable, which are all the buzzwords for what corporations and governments are supposed to be today. Now, they don't have to be accessible or accountable or transparent, but they can look that way. Our tax forms from the IRS are in Helvetica. The EPA uses it. Now, there's someone who wants to look clean and official and efficient.
Designers, I think even readers, invest so much of surroundings in the typeface. American Apparel uses Helvetica and it looks cheeky. American Airlines uses it and it looks sober. And it's not just a matter of the way they choose the letter spacing or the colors. There's something about the typeface that I think really invites this sort of open interpretation. You can say the typefaces are either those that are fully open interpretation or merely have one association attached to them. A typeface made of icicles or candy canes or something. It just says one thing, and Helvetica maybe says everything. That's perhaps part of its appeal. Typography has this real poverty of terms to describe things beyond, X height, cap height, weight, and so on. I find that when Tobias and I work on projects together, we tend to use a lot of qualitative terms that are entirely subjective. Working on the typeface for Esquire years ago, he was saying, I remember saying, no, this has that like 7.5 rocket early NASA quality. It needs to have that orange plastic holiday typewriter Roman holiday espresso feeling. I don't know exactly what I was saying, but it's that there's really no way to describe the qualitative parts of typeface without resorting to things that are fully outside of it. And I'm constantly saying, this has that like, it has kind of Eric Satie tendency. This has a kind of belt and suspenders look. It needs to be, elegant, hand-lasting shoe.
I've been collecting these signs for a couple of years now, and one of my favorites is these signs. I have a number of these. Just like what the street signs in New York City used to look like. This actually functions so much more clearly and so much more effectively than what we see out on the street now. This sort of classical modernist line on how aware the reader should be of typefaces that they shouldn't be aware of it at all. There should be this crystal goblet, there to just hold and display and organize the information. But I don't think it's really quite as simple as that. I think even if they're not consciously aware of the typeface they're reading, they'll certainly be affected by it. The same way that an actor that's miscast in a role will affect someone's experience of a movie or play that they're watching. They'll still follow the plot, but be less convinced or affected. I think typography is similar to that. A designer choosing typefaces is essentially a casting director.
There's very little time in my world outside of work. Like everybody else, I'm aware of the fonts being used in my environment. And the standing joke that graphic designers can't see historical movies and the fonts are always wrong. It's sort of true.
It definitely makes the world outside the office very different. My fiance and I were trying to remember the location of a restaurant in our neighborhood, and she remembered it as that new place that's just a couple blocks down from the dry cleaner. I remembered it as that new place just a couple blocks down from the place with bad letter spacing out front.
Nobody doesn't know what Helvetica is. We in our careers, before anybody had a PC or a Mac, building fonts were, I think even then people might have known what Helvetica was. The fact that it's been so heavily licensed and made available through these very populous technologies has kind of proven mythology that it's the ultimate typeface in some way. And even that impress professionals, it's hard to escape from. I sort of find myself buying the idea that, the sans serif evolved for 100 years and the ultimate expression is Helvetica. And realizing sort of, wait a minute, that's not quite true historically or aesthetically or culturally or politically, but there's something about it that does have a feeling of finality to it. This is the conclusion of one line of reasoning was this typeface, and perhaps everything after it is secondary in some way.
I'm obviously a type of maniac, which is completely incurable disease. I can't explain it. I just like looking at it. Just get to it. They are my friends. Bottles of wine or whatever, or most bottoms. I get kicks out of looking at time. It's a little worrying, I must admit. It's very nerdish thing. I'm very much a good person. So that's why typography for me is the opposite extension. It just makes my work easier. Real typeface with rhythm needs contrast and comes with handwriting. That's why I keep handwriting in mind. I'm sure our handwriting miles away from Helvetica or anything that would be considered legible. But because medium is rhythm, gives this contrast to me. Helvetica hasn't got any of it. No, it's actually Helvetica was a good type. Really answered the demand. But now it's become one of those defaults that partly because of the proliferation of the computer, which is now 20 years. You see, I mean, you used to default on that regulars, not default on this, which kind of copy everything that everything, as you know. There's anyways the clone version of ARIA, which is worse than Helvetica, but this is I mean, now it's probably never going to go away because it is ubiquitous. It's default. It's air. You know, it's just air. There's no choice. You have to breathe. You have to use it. It brings a type with every type it does. It has a certain. Well, it's like a person. You know, if you're slightly heavier than a minute, you're not going to walk around in tight t-shirts. And Helvetica is heavy. So it has a certain. It needs certain space around. It needs a lot of white space. It needs very carefully to look at the weight gradations. It needs a lot of space sideways also. And it's very legible, but very small and very tight, very lightly as well. I wouldn't say this if I hadn't tried, because all the letters, it's the whole Swiss ideology. The guy who designed it tried to make all the letters look the same. Hello, that's called an army, that's not people. People have the same hammer on it. Doesn't further individuals. The aim with type design is always to make it individual enough so that it's interesting, but of course, 95% of any argument has to look like the other argument. I've never sort of walked up to typeface like something. I do this, whatever A's or it's brush strokes. I don't have that urge. I wake up, draw drawings, make a sleep. Everybody puts the history together. And I certainly know that when I draw something, it has. I'm fast and loud, I'm chaotic. I'm not very rule-based, even though I'm German and I love rules. I'm way too good. I'm a Gemini, so I'm all over the place essentially. I'm always on time, but I'm always a year late. You know what I mean? So but then I'm on the second, so I have this horrible thing in it, which comes out of my typeface. They are never perfect. They always have a little edge in the sense that I leave them alone when I get bored of them. I know there's people who hate me, who never use my typeface in millions, and vice versa. People who use any typeface I design, not because it's good for them or even it's the purpose, because I did. And I think we all do that. Certain bands I buy every CD, some of them are crap, but I buy them because I've always bought their CDs. Why do people buy certain things? The brand rubs off on them. And typefaces are a brand. You're telling an audience this is for you by using a certain typographic voice. You recognize a marker. TRUMAN because they use a typeface that they only use. You can buy it, I have it. Anybody wants to your contact, anybody can buy it. But Marlboro have made their typeface theirs. You can recognize any Marlboro ad from miles away. So that's stupid. If they use Helvetica, no, it won't work.
The way something is presented will define the way you react. So you can take the same message and present it in 3 different typefaces. The response to that, the immediate emotional response will be different. And the choice of typeface is the prime weapon. And I say weapon largely because these days with commercial marketing and advertising, the way the message is addressed is going to define our reaction to that message in the advertising. So if it says buy these jeans and it's a grunge font, you would expect it to be some kind of good jeans or it's being sold in some kind of underground clothing store. If you see that same message in Helvetica, it's probably going to say, look out, it's going to be clean, you're going to fit in, you're not going to stand out.
All of this, I would suggest, are prompted in subliminal ways. Maybe the feeling you have when you see particular typographic choices used on these
glass packaging is just, I like that feels good, that's my kind of product. But that's the type casting its secret spell.
The way Helvetica is a club, it's a mark of membership, it's a badge. It says we're part of a modern society, we share the same ideals. It's well rounded, it's not going to be damaging identities.
Helvetica has almost like a perfect balance of push and pull in its letters. And that perfect balance sort of is saying to us, not sort of, it is saying to us, don't worry. Any of the problems you're having, or the problems in the world, or problems getting through the subway, or finding a bathroom, it's all those problems aren't going to spill over, they'll be contained. And in fact, maybe they don't even exist.
What I like is if this very serious typeface tells you the do's and don'ts of street life, and it must be Helvetica at that moment. The image of Helvetica as the corporate typeface made it so-called the typeface of capitalism, which I would actually reject and say is the typeface of socialism, because it is available all over, and it's inviting dilettantes and amateurs and everybody to do typography, to create their own type design. And I think that's a good thing. I think I'm right calling Helvetica perfume of the city. It's just something you don't notice usually, but you miss very much if you're really there. I think it's quite amazing that a typeface can advance to such a status in our life.
As is always the case with any style, there's a law of diminishing returns. The more you see it, the more the public sees it, the more the designer uses those typographic and graphic solutions, the more familiar, predictable, and ultimately dull they become.
By the time I started as a designer, it sort of seemed there was only one trick in town, which is like, what could you use it instead of Helvetica? AVH, anything but Helvetica. And you do need lots of sans serif typefaces, but it seemed like Helvetica had just been used so much and overused so much and associated with so many kind of big, faceless things that it lost all its capacity, even to my eyes, at least, to look nice.
And by the 70s, especially in America, you start to get a reaction against what it seems to those designers is the conformity, the kind of dull blanket of sameness that this way of designing is imposing on them. So something that had come out of idealism has by this time become merely routine, and there's a need for a change.
You come into design at the point that you start out in history without knowing you're starting out in history. And very often you don't have a sense of what came before you and how it got there, and you certainly don't know what's going to come after. And when I walked into design as a student at Title School of Art, what struck me was sort of two separate cultures of design. One was the corporate culture, and the corporate culture was the visual language of big corporations. And at that time, they were persuasively Helvetica. And they looked alike. They looked a little fascistic to me. They were clean. Like me, a clean and felt like this was some conspiracy of my mother's to make me keep the house clean. You know, that all my messy room adolescent rebellion was coming back
back at me in this form of Helvetica, and I had to overthrow it. Hey, I got some printouts of the stuff on last night. I also was morally opposed to Helvetica because I viewed big corporations that were, slathered in Helvetica as, sponsors of the Vietnam War. So therefore, if you used Helvetica, it meant that you were in favor of the Vietnam War. So how could you use it? Wow. What looked cool to me at that point were record album covers, zigzag rolling papers, sort of the accoutrements of dope life and counterculture. Obviously, underground newspapers and magazines and Pushman Studios. Pushman Studios was the height of, at the time I was in college, everybody's ambition to work there, to do work that was as inspiring as there, because it seemed fresh and alive and witty and content-laden, aside from the fact that Seymour Boston Rolling Blaze could really draw. I wanted to make work that looked like that. When I was with Tyler, I wanted to be an illustrator. I had a teacher named Stanislav Sikorsky, and I never knew quite what to do with the typography of my designs. We would make book covers, record covers, school projects, and I would go to the local art store and go centralize and I'd buy Helvetica's press type, and I'd write it down on the corner of the album where I thought it was supposed to be kind of fresh. And of course, it would never line up properly. It would crackle and break and it would be terrible. And Sikorsky told me to let go of the press type and illustrate the type. And it hadn't dawned on me that typography could have personality the way drawing did. I realized that type had spirit and could convey mood, and that it could be your own medium, that it was its own palette, a broad palette to express all kinds of things. So I painted this cover for the AIG annual, and titled the AIG annual was Graphic Design USA. I decided that I would take the title literally and sort of analyze what Graphic Design USA was. So I decided what I do is I list every state in the United States and the percentage of people who used Helvetica. I didn't have any scientific evidence of knowing what percentage of people in each state used Helvetica, so I decided to base it on the last Reagan election. And so that the states that went for Reagan all had more than 50% of people who used Helvetica.
Helvetica was the typeface of the Vietnam War, or was the typeface?
Right. Same time period. It is. It's the same as repeated. That's why we're there. Helvetica costume.
And so in the postmodern period, designers were breaking things up. They wanted to get away from the orderly, clean, smooth surface of the horrible slickness of it, as they saw it, and produce something that had vitality.
I myself got really disappointed with this modernism in general. It simply became boring. If I see a brochure now with lots of white space that has, like 6 lines of Helvetica up on the top and a little, sort of like abstract logo on the bottom and a picture of a businessman walking somewhere, the overall communication that says to me is, do not read me because I will bore the shit out of you. Not just visually, but also in content, because the content will say the same as it says to me visually. I read terrible rock bands when I was 16, 17, and I think synthetic steel bands got close to the album cover, and essentially all my clouds grew because of album covers. I probably was the last generation that got taught doing everything by hand. So,
isn't so important. We just see what we are being interesting tasks. So here and there, I think with the records, with the CD covers, we started to do our own type. And I think there was one instant, it was for a read cover, where this hands from typography resonated. And those projects came out in that way, in all sorts of directions, in a funny direction, and in a more serious direction. One time I carved a hand type into my skin for the lecture poster. The type, in an instant, a single image, tells the story of its making, tells you about its process in a very elegant way, in a very fast way. That typography strangely became so well known just as a psychological that some people thought that that's all we know. Which thankfully is not the case. But I always thought that approach of reducing only the other typefaces is very suspect. I think this would be interesting to do for a single project as a exercise to put up additional limitations in order to focus yourself. But as a strategy over a lifetime, I think it's a cute writer saying, I'm only going to write in 3 or 4 words. Yes, you probably could do it, but for what? Why would you? And for the second, an interesting body of work over a lifetime. Designers wanted to express their subjectivity, their own feelings about the world, their sense that they had something to say through design, through the design choices they made. And of course, this caused controversy. If you take a figure like Massimo Vignelli, who'd been one of the 60s high priests with his company Unimart, it's right there at name Unimart, the idea of a uniform kind of expression. When he looked at this new work, this expressive, subjective way would, to his way of thinking, irrational new way of designing, it seemed like the barbarians were not only at the gate, but they'd storm through and they'd take it over.
In the 70s, the young generation was out the psychedelic time of the junk. Fine. And also in the 80s, with their mind was really confused by the disease that was called postmodernism. People were just going around like a chicken without the heads by using all kinds of typefaces that could come around, that could say not modern. They didn't know what they were caring for. They only knew about what they were against. And what they were against was
I have no formal training in the field. In my case, I never learned all the things I wasn't supposed to do. I just did what made sense to me. I was just experimenting, really. So when people started getting really upset, I didn't really understand why. I just said, what's the big deal? What's he talking about? And it was many years later that somebody explained to me, probably better than I can explain it now, is that basically there was this group that spent a lot of time trying to organize things and get some kind of system going, and they saw me as coming in and throwing that out the window, which I might have done, but it wasn't the starting point. It wasn't the plan. And only much later did I learn the terms modernism and things. Breakdown magazine was very much experimental. It was completely experimental. Every issue would try a lot of things. A lot of them worked and a lot of them didn't work. I never saw the truth, so a lot of times there were just mistakes, flat out mistakes, and people would write long essays on why I did this black type on a black boot or something. No, I never saw the truth. I didn't know what he's talking about. It's very hard to do the more subjective, interpretive stuff well. You know, I can teach anybody off the street how to design a reasonable business card, newsletter, but if I bring the same group off the street in and play a CD and say, okay, now let's interpret that music for a cover, well, 9 out of 10 people are going to be lost. They're going to do something really corny and expected, and one person is going to do something amazing because that music spoke to them. It's something that would send some direction that nobody else could go. And that's the area to me where it gets more interesting and exciting and more emotional. And that's where the best work comes from. This is an article on the singer Brian Ferry, and when I read the article, it was very much like so many of these others I've read. It's like, oh man, how disappointing, how boring. I went through all my fonts, which at the time would have been hundreds and hundreds. Well, still is for that matter, and didn't find one that seemed to fit what I kind of discussed and boredom of this article. And I finally came to the bottom. There was Dingbat. Of course, now I read Zap Dingbat, so literally the last one, and it was like, well, it's boring, not worth reading. Why not do it in Zap Dingbat? It's a font, so it's all set. In Dingbat, it is the actual font. You can highlight it, make it Helvetica or something, and you'd be able to read it. But it really wouldn't do it well. It's not very well written. Don't confuse legibility with communication. And just because something's legible doesn't mean it communicates. More importantly, doesn't mean it communicates the right thing. And vice versa. Something by being maybe difficult to initially read, maybe sending a completely different message that is valid for where it's being used, and that may require a little more time or the involvement of the reader. But it almost seems stronger the other way. If something is a very important message and it's said in a boring, nondescript way, then the message can be lost. That doesn't say caffeinated. It's just like, hello? It's just sitting there. There's nothing caffeinated about it. There's nothing extramarital about that. There's no sunshine here. It's no fun. That's not a fun sandlot. Where's the explosion? This could be the first date. This might be close. The buses are kind of boring. It's a very thin line between simple and clean and powerful, and simple and clean and boring.
That was sort of the rise of what's kind of grunge typography. That became a all-consuming aesthetic for about 2, 3, 4, 5 years as that trend worked its way down from the masters who originated it to anyone who sort of already had a tendency to make mistakes and all of a sudden found that they looked good now instead of incompetent, which is the way they looked the day before.
Typography was so broken by the end of the grunge period. You're just lying there in a twisted heap, all rules cast aside, no apparent way forward. That all those designers had to do by the late 90s was to go back to return to an earlier way of designing, but with a new set of theories to support it.
For us, modernism does have more subversive side. I think that whole image of modernism is something that is primarily concerned with functionalism, utilitarianism. That is something that emerged much later. That is more late modernist thing. In the early
pre-modernism movements, like the Alex of today's experience and that sort of things, all had their more subversive sides and a more dialectical sides that went against something. It's not that we are against that experimentation that people such as David Carson and Amy Kay and Fuse have did. We think what we do is a sort of extension of that, all that hunting to the next time phase every time. It took a lot of energy, and I can still remember as students that you were really disappointed because you wanted to use a certain types and then you saw somebody else use it and then you couldn't use it because you wanted to be original. And with Helvetica, this whole thing is non-existent because everybody is using Helvetica. A lot of people see the way that the young generation of designers use the type such as Helvetica as a more superficial way, as a sort of appropriation of the style. I think you would very much disagree with that. I think all three of us grew up in the 70s and the 90s. This was dominated by the last moment of late modernism. For example, the city I was born and grew up in Rotterdam, that logotype was designed by Wim Grauw. The stamps were designed by Grauw, the telephone book was designed by Grauw, the atlas of the music school was designed by Grauw. So for us, it is almost like a sort of natural mother tongue, but that's something really natural. It's not that we, I mean, a lot of people think you sort of study it from books and then copy it or something, but I would really say that it's almost in our blood. It's also funny because a lot of people connect Helvetica sometimes with the sort of dangers of globalization and standardization. I'm not afraid for that quality at all because I just know that everybody can put their own twist on it. I think that you can put as much nationality in the spacing of a typeface as in the typeface itself or something. And I think the way people like Grauw use of it is typically Dutch. And that's why I'm never really impressed by the sort of argument that Helvetica is a sort of global monster.
Not one of these people who is a real kind of don't know all the fancy words and all the letters and all the sort of pictures, dissenters and all that kind of thing. I just more sort of, just react to certain things and just do what I feel is right with them. So I'm never really sort of classical type guy. I get obsessed about things, I collect things. I've got so many bits of shrapnel paper and things that you find on the street, wrappers. It's just making something beautiful out of something very ordinary. That's what I enjoy is the ordinary things that most people would just gloss over and I find really beautiful. biggest thing in terms of design is to emotional response piece. That's the best design I think. I see, and to me, if it makes me go, oh, should I have done that? That for me is like the biggest thing, you know. Or, you just get this real, like, and in a kind of like, that's for me, it's all about that emotional response. One of the things I've always really wanted to design is airplane signage next to my identity for an airline. I'd love to do like uniforms, sort of seats, and the whole thing, trucks, that kind of thing. I just think really, I've done things like about 12-inch things, like a bit bigger scale now. It's that idea that sometimes design to stand the test of time. Hopefully some of the things I've designed for me still being used, 20, 30 years. I'd love to think that. Got married about 3 years ago. I had wedding invites, which, believe me, is just the worst job you can ever do. I've done other people's invites, I will never do one again. It's the most stressful job I've ever had. Dealing with mother-in-laws, it's just horrific. But yeah, I did ours on the Uber service. Credit taking thanks to maximising it for Helvetica. But my wife vetoed that. Let's take it off the invite. But yeah, it's funny. I think I fell into some step of Helvetica when I was at DR. I always really enjoy using Helvetica because some people say, they use different typeface because it gives a different feeling. And I really enjoy the challenge of sort of making Helvetica speak in a different way. It's very good ideas coming up. It's just as fresh as it was, obviously it wasn't intended to be this cool thing. It's just a beautiful one. We are less obsessed with Helvetica than we used to be.
It was really obsessed. Not so much.
We accepted somehow. We came to a point where we accepted that it's just there.
We like restrictions. We can't operate, we can't do nothing without restrictions. The more restrictions we have, the more happy we are.
When we started, the influences in graphic design is really like cars. It's only after that we really.
This is lyricism. What is fucking lyricism?
60s, so it's typography. When we started the office, we really said that
more black.
Now, this right here was really what I thought. Separate mental engagement from the strength and the others.
Find more structure design. For us, it's very important to reduce the elements we use. When it comes to type, we will only use, if possible, one typeface, or maybe two, and if possible, we will use one size. We don't like humanistic typefaces. We like must be more rational, because otherwise you have too much expression. We think that Helvetica contains somehow a design program that will lead you to a certain language also. And this is also one of the secrets of the success of Helvetica, that in itself is already has a certain style and a certain aesthetic that you will just use it like that, because of the typeface, because the typeface wants it like that. You will do what the typeface wants you to do. If you are not a good designer, if you are not a designer, just use
vertical board in one size, like for a flyer. It looks good.
So it may very well be that when it comes to trends, at least in graphic design, we've reached sort of, the end of history. And the pendulum that swings back and forth doesn't have any more directions it can swing in. The final trend may simply be the completely democratic distribution of the means of production to anyone who wants it or anyone who can afford it.
You can have a music studio for a couple of $1,000. You can have a film studio for $10,000. Definitely can be a designer with $2,000 and have basically similar tools that the people who do just for a living.
All these people have the tools to make good design. They realize it ain't that easy. It's not just opening a template in CorelDRAW or in PowerPoint.
It's not about having the latest version of whatever program. If you don't have the eye, if you don't have a sense of design, the program's not going to give it to you.
I remember years ago, a friend of mine who produced radio commercials had 5 guys go out in the hallway of CBS Records and sing the beginning of Round, Round, Get Around, I Get Around by the Beach Boys. And they really tried and rehearsed for a week to get their harmonies right. And they were the best vocalists who were in that department on that floor. They loved music and they went out and they sang it. Of course, they were totally flat and sounded horrible. Terrible, but they had rehearsed it, and then of course the voiceover commercial said, now you appreciate the Beach Boys. And it's really sort of the same thing. I mean, the more closer you come to it, the more you see it, the more you can appreciate it when it's terrific.
There are more good young type designers, by young I mean late 20s, early 30s now, than any time in history. So who knows what typefaces they will design in terms of style and so on, but they'll be good. So my way of thinking that is a huge gain, a big benefit that comes from this more democratic, more accessible technology.
There's just something about Helvetica, something about the fact that people keep saying, I love an improvement of Helvetica, and it never is really good. I wonder whether or not somehow there's some whole undiscovered science, some typography that sort of would say that it's not just because we're used to seeing it, it's not just because it's associated with all these things that we consider authoritative, but it somehow has this kind of inherent rightness, the rightness of the way the lowercase a meets the curve, the rightness of the way the G has a thing that comes down, the rightness of the way the C strokes like that instead of like that. I wouldn't have believed that those things actually could be right or wrong as opposed to someone's taste. Yet you sort of have nearly 50 years of history of the thing just sitting there daring people to fix it. And it seems to be unfixable.
It's always changing. Time is changing. The appreciation of typefaces is changing very much. Why you grab a certain typeface for a certain job has a different meaning than we grabbed the typeface in the 50s, for instance. You were always a child of your time. You cannot step out of that.
What we have is a climate now in which the very idea of visual communication and graphic design, if we still want to call it that, is accepted by many more people they get it, they understand it. They're starting to see graphic communication as an expression of their own identity. And the classic case of this is the social networking programs such as MySpace, where you can customize your profile. You can change the background, you can put pictures in, you can change the typeface to anything you want. And those choices, those decisions you make become expressions of who you are. You start to care about it in the way you care about the clothing you wear as an expression of who you are, or your haircut, or whatever, or how you decorate your apartment. All of those things that we accept identity being expressed in that way through these consumer choices. Well, now it's happening in the sphere of visual communication, and there's no reason, as the tools become ever more sophisticated, why this just won't go on developing.
That is a phenomenal documentary on typeface. I enjoyed it immensely. How about you, kids? Really? I loved it. Really? Yes. Why? I made you realize how much shit was happening. Other shit's already happening.
My name is Eldon Dedini. I'm a cartoonist. I wake up each morning and try and be funny as hell.
Ditto.
Often you start, and I'm sure all cartoonists do that, they don't know where they're going with it. You just begin.
Eldon Dedini has made a career as a gag writer and cartoonist for some of America's most prominent magazines. Eldon's career spans 6 decades, including work at Universal Studios, Disney, The New Yorker, Esquire magazine, and Playboy. Eldon's life began in 1921. His early years were spent on his parents' ranch in King City, California. This is the story of one of America's greatest cartoonists, Eldon Tadini.
I was born in King City, which people often laugh at. They wonder how somebody came from King City and became a cartoonist. But I think it was darn good. When I was there, maybe 3,000 people. And most of them from some ethnic group, Hispanic, Indian, Italian Swiss, Portuguese. I heard broken English, I think, all my life and didn't know it. They were all in the vegetable business, cattle business, rural, agricultural. When the sun went down, we didn't have electric light. You had a lamp, and you'd sit around the fireplace or the lamp telling stories and jokes. My own family, we're in the saloon business. People around bars tell stories. My father filtered them down to the kids.
He was 3 or 4 when he began drawing, and his mother would give him paper tablets to draw on. And then I remember him telling me that at one point he was going through so much paper that she bought him a chalkboard.
But I remember at the ranch, it was siesta time, whatever. I had a notebook, and I'd look at cartoons, and I'd make up jokes, and I'd write them down.
They had a ranch called the Indians, about 20 miles outside of King City. And they used to have the need for signs on fence posts, and keep the gate closed. And he would draw those signs.
My grandfather had another ranch, the Wild Horse Ranch. In fact, we slept outside in the summer, looked at the stars. My aunt used to say, "Don't sleep under the moon, you'll go crazy." They're very superstitious. My mother taught school, country school, Little Red Schoolhouse. Hers had 155,000 acres, and he bordered us, and he must have 30 or 40,000 cattle, and probably 5,000 registered bulls. Great big guys with numbers on their horns. They come up to our fence, not all 5,000, but 6 or 7 are already in trouble because they see our cows. They walk right through the fence. My father was always fixing the fence. Well, after the second time, he just opened the gate when he saw them. As a consequence, after 10, 12 years of this, our herd was as good as hers. We had big, sturdy animals. Once in a while, I remember I spent 2 days picking onions. We'd raise a lot of onions and sell them $1 a sack. Out in the hot sun with onions. Boy, you smell like onions at the end of the day. You can't believe it. Sunburned and tired. And, of course, I was drawing then. And so my brother, if there was a choice, I drew, and my brother got on a horse and did other things. But in school, because I could draw, classmates would say, draw something on my T-shirt. We used to wear sailor hats, and I used to print their name or draw a funny picture. I couldn't do a caricature at that age, but I'd draw a dumb head and put their initials on it, but they were happy. Somewhere in freshman, sophomore, I discovered there is a career as a gag writer and cartoon, and I'm going to be that.
He had an art teacher named Leon Amex, who was really a mentor toward my father.
He's like a father figure. He said, make a portfolio, go down to the local newspaper, the Salinas Index Journal and the Salinas Morning Post. Offer your services to do cartoons for them, for nothing, for the experience. I learned two things. Make your deadline, listen to what the editor's saying, be as astute as you can, you know, and follow through, do it. Cartooning is self-taught. Anybody try to teach you cartooning, it's cliches. I mean, it's all right. I took a correspondence course, but that's almost what you learn what not to do, you know, because it's cookie cutter stuff. And take, you know, drawing, painting, learn, because you adapt it into cartooning. That's how I think my style resulted, looking at Bellini and Giorgione and Bruegel and Daumier, Goya. You know, that's where you learn. I was drafted, and I have a heartburn. I remember going to San Francisco, standing around naked all day, and they said, "You're excused. Join the Merchant Marine." Well, I didn't do that. I went to Chenard instead.
In 1942, Eldon set his sights on Hollywood. He moved to Los Angeles to attend Chenard Art Institute. There he met two women who would be with him for the rest of his life. His future wife, Virginia Conroy, and her sister, Pat Carey.
Do you have any questions to ask me, Ensign? Is there anything you want me to discuss? I can ask you.
He's going to take you in another room where you can confess everything.
That would be very dramatic, wouldn't it?
And don't tell any lies. I became a janitor and got free tuition. And Virginia was a librarian. She worked for her tuition. So at the end of the day, I would sweep the library, and she was still there, and I talked to her. But I actually was conscious of her in the life drawing class, and I noticed that Virginia, or whoever this was here, that girl can draw, and she could. Well, my mind. So I always put my easel just behind her so I could watch her drawing.
He always says he just saw something in her work and saw the creativity and the capability in her art that he'd seen a lot of other people doing art. You know, you look over your shoulder in art class, and he had not seen anyone whose work was that purposeful and had meaning and power.
Well, that's what brought them together, and that's what made success out of their marriage. And they have had a lot of quarrels, a lot of yowling and yelling at each other, but basically they're together forever. You know, they belong together, just right.
He, like Virginia, like Pat, they're all trained in drawing first. Los Angeles was the drawing center for California. And a lot of times in the United States, they always thought of Los Angeles in their generation as being artists that drew.
Graphics is my joy. I love to draw. I got into pen and ink and pencils and cross-hatching. My brother-in-law was into cartooning. My sister knew what she wanted to do as a painter. I wanted to show human emotions. I think that's the most important things we have inside of us. And it comes out in the faces of people. And people have 1,000 expressions a minute. You know, we've got a lot of moods that go through us.
Then I met Pat, her sister, which was haunted my whole life and probably improved it.
Well, he has a very sarcastic, witty tongue, which goes with what he does. And sometimes it can become quite negative. But most of the time, since he was married and I was divorced and all that, he's helped me 20,000 million ways, for which I'm profoundly grateful. He's my brother-in-law, but my brother, really a brother. I think that secretly in his heart, Eldon has always admired the fine artist. That's supposed to be superior. And Virginia has always admired the cartoonist in Eldon because she wanted to be one at one time. So they admired each other and they blended their talents together. And that was quite a marriage, you know.
very unusual to have that happen. So I was impressed with his drawing, and he liked my drawings. We liked to see art. We would go and see art in museums, and there was a camaraderie there. Of course, he was a man, and I was a woman.
I don't believe my parents really got together so much for love as they did truly for their love of art. And then it turned into a respect for one another's art. Always that true respect. And it's, you know, in the 70s, I remember sitting down at breakfast in the morning, and even after I went off to school, they would sit there and they would talk about what his art, what he was doing in his art, and she'd look at his cartoons, and they'd discuss reasons for something. She'd ask questions, and almost the same sort of thing occurred with her art. You know, she would come home after a very difficult day, you know, at her studio, and she'd been doing paintings, and something wasn't right. You know, just frustration in her voice. What do I do about this? What do you think? And it was always that back and forth.
I lived with Virginia and Eldon during high school in the mid-70s.
Every morning, Virginia would critique his cartoons. He was up at 4 in the morning, listening to KGO, drawing, doing his gags.
I put it by her breakfast plate, and I said, when you get through breakfast, if you're not doing anything, go through them, make 2 piles. Funny pile, dumb pile. We won't discuss it, but just do it. And I'd look quietly later in the day. And I'd say, what didn't you like about this one? You know, it might have been my favorite in the wrong pile.
And oh, Virginia, you don't know. God, you know, this is the way it went. His face, you know, eyebrows, and what are you talking about? And all that. And Virginia with her big wide mouth, kind of like this, you know, and he's screaming at him. Ah! And, you know, her voice is piercing.
I always found that kind of event to watch. It's kind of good theater. And you look at the women that he draws. Tell me they're not, you know, they are. You know who they are when you're looking, you know.
People always ask, do you copy your wife? And I said, no. But there's something about Virginia, her big eyes. I've told people that I never really drew Virginia, but I was drawing her before I met her in the cartoon. So when I met her, I married her. The Muslim world and Iraqi and Iranian was on my mind, especially these burqas. And then the modern Iraqi Iranian person. So the gag, this is the way I rough it to send to Playboy or the New Yorker. This woman is talking. I think it's the freedom of thrusting your hips forward. Okay, when they okay it, I get letters like this from Hefner and Michelle Urey. I think Michelle makes kind of a preliminary cut. I think she's a dynamite editor, and it's finalized with you. He usually writes on it, okay, HMH, make the girls prettier. I kind of blew that up with a Xerox, and that's it. See, this is Arsh's 300-pound paper. It's really sturdy. I marked the dimensions of the page Playboy. I just put that there, and I traced it in light pencil. Then I can paint without having to redraw. Well, I'm always redrawing and refining, but if you got to think composition and painting and all the problems, get the composition, then you could paint with a light heart and make it work. I used to use totally Winsor Newton watercolor, but with cartoons, you have to make corrections. I use acrylic now, and I still use both. The Winsor Newton has wonderful flow. You could make flows with acrylic, but the opaqueness, you can correct areas and make it look flowing. No, you can't use oil because it's got to dry and you got to mail them. Sometimes yesterday. Before you get to the drawing and painting, you got to have a gag, and it's got to be funny. You don't just sit and wait for a laugh. You get a subject, you have to have a point of view on it, take a position. And with cartooning, most positions are negative. You can't be funny about praising things. What's funny? What's funny is you take something that's real, you flip it, and you make it more real, or you take a cliche that's become stupid. It's that message underneath, and you find the laugh, and you doodle. You just doodle until you get it. Cartooning, as in writing, I think is revision. Revision is everything. You'd read a newspaper, something, take a line, just take the line verbatim. And even after you get everything, you write the line sometimes 20, 30 times. You know, one word doesn't quite have a flow, but another one can just make it explode. Now we're dealing with another religion and that, and you're cautious. 100 people bombed in a restaurant. Yeah, make a joke. I don't know. After 9/11, you know, I tried moolah jokes. That stuff. Yeah. But you know, that's difficult. It's how that philosophy affects the daily life of people in the modern world of how it's going. Who's got to adapt? From a cartoonist standpoint, how does it affect these people? Like we hear of Iranian women who want to have personal freedom. And I've been told by an airline pilot, they get on the plane with traditional garb and they get off the plane in miniskirt and lipstick. There's the area for the humor. When I left Chouinard Art Institute, I needed a job. I had taken a course in set decoration, storyboard, set drawing, camera angle, and after 2-3 months, the whole studio went on strike. Hollywood was in a big turmoil. Then I still needed a job, so I went to Disney. Luckily, they took me in the story department, and I worked 2.5 years very happily.
You know, he was a young, essentially country person in Los Angeles in the midst of a time when animation, the Disney experience was happening. It was a big deal to him.
What I had started when I was in art school was accumulating. And after 2 years, when I was at Disney, I got a phone call from Dave Smart, the publisher. He said, if I know you're at Disney, so if I double your salary, would you come with us as a gag man and a cartoonist? And I said immediately. When Esquire came out, it was something because they had full-page color cartoons. They were adult. That's why I never could sell Colliers or Saturday Boys. It's all this home life, domestic, husbands, dumb husbands, mean wives, kids. I don't know. I didn't relate to that.
It started with the New Yorker, either late 49, 50, and his cartoons were evolving and becoming more mature.
It was the publisher, Dave Smart, said, you know, you ought to try the New Yorker. He said, I think you could sell there. So on his instigation, I thought the New Yorker was, you know, so far above me in paradise, I couldn't make it. But, you know, after about 3 submissions, I sold one. I thought it was a fluke. And I didn't send for about 8 months. And I got a note from the cartoon editor, James Garrity. And he said, after we bought one of your drawings, we thought the least you could do is to keep contributing. And I almost blushed to myself. And I've been sending ever since, you know, 55 years. New Yorker saw that I wasn't a one-joke person. I may have a lot of bad jokes, but if you stick around, you're going to get a good one.
It's that everyday act of doing it that secures his place in the history of cartooning, in the history of art. I watch my students. The first thing I tell them is, you're not going to make a masterpiece. So don't worry about it. The Louvre isn't waiting for you. Just get on with your work and do it. And then something happens, it happens. And for Eldon, these things aren't questions. These things are not even there. He's going to get up and be funny. He's going to draw the roughs, send the roughs out, accepted or not accepted. The accepted ones, he's got to do the finished product. It's a job, and he does it.
One time in the 70s, somebody came to the house and they pointed out to me, boy, he subscribes to a lot of things. And I counted them up, and there were 26 different publications that came into that house.
How many magazines can you get in the house? How much information can you put into your head to have those bags come out? So you got to feed the brain, put them out, and he's constantly feeding his brain. The big files here, right? And that's the file that's got to be put in.
My father has a filing system that works for him. You name it, there's a file for it.
I'd read subjects that I knew nothing about and often get an idea out of it. If you read between the lines, it all comes down to humanity, suffering, the irony of people, the stupidity of them. You can find it on any page of any magazine, newspaper. Just be open to the subject and what their concerns are. You know, I'm not one to psychoanalyze myself and deconstruct everything and ruin it. I've often said, I don't know how I became a cartoonist or had a sense of humor. I always felt if I analyzed it too far, I might lose it. If you want wrong answers, just start thinking too much.
He began in the 40s going to little dive clubs in Los Angeles where there were musicians, African Americans who played jazz. And when he came to Monterey, that was continuing because the Monterey Jazz Festival was beginning. And after that, he would invite people to our house. You'd have black, white, all these different people that would come in to hear their viewpoint on life, their take on life, and to begin to incorporate that into your own world.
Turk Murphy was in the band, Bob Scobie, all the Dawn Club. Oh, I thought that was wonderful. Then we went to the Black Hawk. Miles Davis played, Oscar Peterson, Dave Brubeck, Jerry Mulligan. Yeah, Mulligan was around San Francisco, Fantasy Records.
I think with Duke Ellington.
So he went up, introduced himself, get some pictures, fine. And he said, Eldon here does a lot of jazz cartoons, which I did. He said he did one on your band, which I did. He said he appeared in Colliers. Ellington kind of looked. He reached in his wallet. He takes out, you know how people sit on their wallet, everything gets kind of stuck. And he was fooling there. And he took out a piece of paper and unfolded. It was my cartoon. That's like coming full circle. You do things, but you never know what happens. Man, here's a guy that not only saw it, put it in his pocket and saved it.
Ed Ricketts, made famous by John Steinbeck's novel Cannery Row, owned a shack called the Pacific Biological Laboratory.
In 1948, Doc Ricketts was going out for beer one evening, and a train hit him here, Cannery Row. And shortly, Harlan Watkins came down from San Francisco. He taught English literature and world literature, and so he knew Steinbeck and the whole thing, saw the place was vacant, got the place for $40 a month to live.
The lab is on what's now known as Cannery Row. And it was started by a group of guys, all prominent, all of them. I think maybe 20, 25 guys, dentists, doctors, and they all love jazz.
We incorporated under Doc Ricketts' name, Pacific Biological Laboratory.
They all love to discuss,
I learned more at this bar than any place in the world. The other two cartoonists were Gus Ariola, who drew Gordo, and Hank Ketchum, Dennis the Menace.
Great musicians, jazz artists. Would sit there until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, drinking straight bourbon, whiskey, playing.
Well, Earl Father Hines, Percy Heath, they played at the festival. And then many of the members here were on the board, and they say, you know, I got nothing to do, come down and have a drink, whatever. Oh, Phil Woods, kind of a hipster, popster, he never went home. He and I sat here, he was in love with whatever. Finally, around 4 o'clock, he went out the door, and I saw him go up the street. He still had a glass in his hand, his horn, walking up in the night.
The lab really served as a meeting point for a whole bunch of people. Again, through the Jazz Times and the Monterey Pop Festival, you know, you could have all sorts of different people coming to the lab after he played. Just like a bar, they had the hanging glasses, martini glasses, margarita glasses, white wine glasses, red wine glasses, highballs, whatever it might have been. It was all there. I remember going through in the bathroom at the lab was this funky old mirror cabinet, but there were all these different old apothecary jars and bottles that had handwritten labels on them, small to medium-sized to horse-sized pills, and they would say light hangover, medium hangover, heavy hangover.
They had fun times for a long time. Good music, good living, good food, and he is the guy who is always making everything happen.
Well, a few years ago, we gave the building to the city of Monterey. And we've got 15 years more to come here Wednesdays, and we got a 5-year extension. So 2013, we better all be dead or we can't come.
That was a Christmas joke. Cable car. The best, little kids are talking here, and people got packages. The best Christmas present I could get is my parents renewing their marriage contract. That appeared in Playboy. You know, quite a plea for parents to stay together. Oh, I always like this one. It's a big scene. You know, they're dressed in Dickensian times. What we have here is gluttony and abstinence, ribaldry and prayer, obscenities and solemn ceremonies, dancing, screwing around, and saintliness. All in all, Christmas works. Italian art, the religious painting, Michelangelo, Tintoretto, Giorgione. I've learned as much. I just love it. The cathedrals in Italy and France. I've often thought if I lived then, I'd love to be up on a ceiling on my back painting. Those pictures were painted for people who could not read and write. They were sending a message. That's what cartooning is, sending a message. How the message is sent, the composition, the dramaticness of it. You know, when you get into the Impressionists, they broke up color and it's the mood and all that. No, they put, Mary there in a red dress. The other guy's got a blue cloak. It's comic strip. Just bang that color. Keep it simple. He's talking about a drink here. It's a naive Hanshu sake without any real pizzazz, but you'll be amused by its transcendentalism. That's kind of funny. Que pasa, Hideki? You used to be a hoot. I got Spanish in there. And English slang. Sounds funny. If it sounds funny to me, it is funny. Now I remember you. You got a C- in Kama Sutra. It's probably painful what he's doing. 1960, Playboy. Hefner kept writing me notes because that's what he said in the letter. I knew your work for Esquire, and I'd like you to come.
For decades, it was always the cartoon after the folding. And I could always pick up a Playboy, or when my friends would come over and we were 10 years old, we'd pick up a Playboy. This is where my after. Of course, they'd immediately turn to the better pages.
You sit and you're watching him, and yet you look down, and he's intense and drawing away, and you look down, and there are these stacks of Playboy magazines. It was trippy to watch this serious person, this very strong Swiss Italian, drawing cartoons that are funny and sexual.
Doing boy-girl jokes for, I don't know, 15 years with Esquire, and then you're starting with Playboy. It's endless, and it's like you're doing the same joke all the time. So I went back in history, and you get satyrs, the Greek myths. They're ideal. They're an equivalent for the businessman or the Playboy bachelor or whoever is chasing these girls. They did it professionally, satyrs. And nymphs, to me, had a certain weight to them. And Rubens and all that. I think there's more humor in a plump girl than there is in a sylph-like. You don't laugh at one like that. And I don't want to be laughing at stout girls, but I think plump girls are humorous. In real life, they're more apt to be. You get a Vogue model, I don't think she'll ever be funny. There's a lot of those pile-ups of Japanese people. And people are talking, very happy workshop tonight. All have found G-spot, even Mrs. Yamada. Search.
I mean, he looked the part, but he wasn't. You know, that what do you call that type of guy? Like Hugh Hefner. He wasn't doing it, and he never did it.
No, it doesn't come from real life. No, it's observation. No, I was very conservative. You know, all my friends are out screwing around, you might say. But I certainly wasn't. No. Yeah, open and shut right there.
A finish came back that had been accepted by Playboy, and there was a note attached to it by Hugh Hef that said, great job. Your drawing is getting better and better every year. And I remember the look on his face when he saw those words from Hef, and it was just true. This is what I need to see. I just need to see this. So that's why, even though here he is 84 and he's been doing all these Playboys, that's why you can still get satisfaction out of that. Not only to be viable as to still be employed in your 80s, doing what you love to do, but you get recognition like that.
You observe, but you hope to hell you're making a point out there. No, that really is the target. I don't sit around and say, I am an observer. What is my observation? Does it mean anything? And I might say most cartoons don't mean anything, but the ones that you hit are very satisfying. When you look at the history of the world, it's always going to be illustrated with something. And many times it's a cartoon. A lot of those Soviet jokes I did come out in textbooks. Who's commenting on it? It's the cartoonist. And he comments it on it concisely. Other people wrote about it, but they, 2,000 words. It's probably read then and never again, only by a historian. Yeah. And then he may find a cartoon that says it all in one line or one picture with no words. Soviet government, man, they almost wrote their own humor. I was going to do a Lenin book, and then the wall came down. Lenin Marxist. And I was probably one of the few disappointed people. It was over. Stalin was mean and terrible. But by the time it gets to Malenkov and Khrushchev. The inherent humor of their dictating to human beings never going to work. They said they invented everything. Remember, they invented everything: telephone, telegraph, the automobile. So I did this drawing. It was a Soviet school, and big picture of Lenin. I love to put Lenin in the background. And he said, as you all know, jazz came up the Don from Rostov. But here's a store in Moscow, and it says on the wall, on the thing, just like we do here: Moscow, Leningrad, Odessa, Paris, Beach. Branches.
No, I had an uncle that some people never could understand.
Gleb had escaped Russia in 1916, the revolution, and traveled across China and made his way to America.
My Uncle Gleb,
he was my source. How to spell Russian names. I needed a sign in the background, or perspective.
In the 50s, when the Cold War was starting and then you had the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s, he would always go to Gleb and make sure that the Russian characters he was putting down in the cartoon were correct, to the letter. He wanted to make sure that it was true. He was also doing a variety of other things. There were ads for cocktail mixes or recipes for drinks that his ads would appear on. Just all sorts of little things. He was constantly moving in different directions.
I did a lot of things. Pharmaceutical ads, mattress, Mutual of Omaha, Scrabble. I can't remember toilet paper, but it could have been in there. I remember once I refused. This copy is all lined up. You just fill in the illustration. It was on a deodorant, and it was the most distasteful thing I ever saw. I said, I refuse to do that. And they couldn't understand it. Well, I didn't feel I was an advertising artist. I was doing the other. That underarm smell, and it just didn't, I got to sign my name to that drawing, and it's a stinky ad. I don't know. I'm not against deodorants, but there's a better way to do the thing. I thought maybe I was on a high horse that week, and maybe I had a lot of money that week.
In the early 60s, my father was working for the New Yorker. Many people and situations looked like Jacqueline Kennedy. And so he drew a cartoon depicting two ladies looking at the Sphinx on a tour of Egypt. And the Sphinx had a distinct, look of Jackie Kennedy. My father received a telegram from the secretary to Jackie and asking if the cartoon might be for sale. The response my father gave was, no, the cartoon isn't for sale, but I would give it to you if you'd like.
Many years later, when Jackie died, there was an auction in New York. Two women went. These two women went to school with her. One of them lived in Paris, the other lived in St. Lucia, and they used to visit her. And it was in the library. And they always loved it. They bid on it and got it. What makes me sad now is I'm old so fast that it's over with. It's not over, but I mean, that kind of, I'd like to be around, do more, see what happens. But then I also know how life is lived. So be thankful for a good life. And I honestly say I had a good life. You sit around being sad, no. Get up each morning and I hope I can drink wine again and be happy. If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I'd say oak. I grew up in Oaks. That's what southern Monterey County on the west side is nothing but oak. Yeah, and they become beautiful trees. And, you know, the old cliche, strong as an oak, all that stuff. Yeah. What I remember on the ranch, there was a big oak tree over our blacksmith's implement shop. And when oaks get old, they really spread those limbs. And some of them, the limb is this big, the trunk is bigger. And during the hot summer, limbs, when it got really hot, it got 106 up there sometimes, would crack and crack off. It's just about heat and the oak, old oak. And it just dropped suddenly. Anything underneath, man, you had it. And that oak over this building cracked one day on a hot day. Man, we walked around. We never walked under it for weeks. And my father couldn't stand it anymore because he had implements in the shed and he had to go in. So we put a stick of dynamite, put a ladder up on the other side, drilled holes in, put dynamite in it, we're going to blow the thing. So we did. Nothing happened. The limb was still there. Now we felt in worse trouble. When is it going to go? So for weeks we didn't go around it. And then one night, the ranch house was quite a ways away. We heard, woke us up. We all felt relieved. The branch fell. Okay, my story of oaks, how do you know?
That's it. Right.
Italy, 1610. Michelangelo Baresi da Caravaggio is on the run again. No stranger to trouble, this artist was tangled with the law most of his life. But this time, it's different. This time, he's wanted for murder. There's a price on his head, alive or dead. So he does what he's always done. Does what he does best. He tries to paint his way out of trouble. This is what he paints, David with the head of Goliath. It's a self-portrait. But why doesn't Caravaggio cast himself as the hero, David? Why does he paint himself as the villain of the piece, the monster, Goliath? Maybe he hopes that by making this guilty plea in paint, he can be spared. Perhaps by offering his head in a painting, he can save himself in real life. We like to think, don't we, that the genius is the hero, the good guy wins. This is Caravaggio. The genius is the villain. Say that out loud. Yeah, you know that the people not here on that. What the hell just happened? 1600. The center of the greatest propaganda campaign Christendom has ever seen. The Catholic Church is under siege from the Protestants of Northern Europe.
My husband's side,
We have a new message for those in need of salvation.
so they don't understand, but
Just depend on the word, said the Protestants, the gospel truth in black and white. A printed Bible is a Christian's guide. Paintings in churches are a distraction. Filthy idols, wipe them out.
but I had to be more polite.
Catholics shot back. What about the millions who can't read? Don't they deserve to be saved? Should the poor have a vision of the sacrifice of the Saviour, the life of the Virgin? In the Catholic churches, War for Souls paintings were not art objects. They were the heavy artillery. So churches are repaired, others newly built, all lavishly decorated with paintings. The paintings responsible for defending the Catholic faith. But away from the Vatican, outside the gorgeously decorated high-walled palaces of the aristocratic cardinals, there was a very different Rome. The Rome of the sweaty, yelling crowd, 100,000 of them jostling in the markets and the piazzas. The Rome of sour wine, old garlic, street urchins, shifty part-time soldiers who cut your purse or your throat just as soon as look at you. The Rome of beggars, buskers, tumblers, quacks and whores. Thousands of them working away in the Ortaccio, the evil Eden down by the river Tiber. This was Caravaggio's Rome. Cheap rooms and drunken nights with other perpetually broke painters, living on their wits and shady credit, up for bother, always on the fly. Their motto as they prowled the streets, nec spe, nec metu, without hope, without fear.
Shove this up your ass.
Of course, he wasn't born a thug, just a boy from small-town Lombardy, the small town of Caravaggio. His father looked after the house and the land of a local aristocrat, respectable, not poor, not rich. But plague was the enemy of expectations, even small ones, and it killed off Caravaggio's father and his grandpa on the same day when he was just 5. When he was 19, his mother died, so the children sold up and got out. He put in some time as an apprentice in Milan, but anyone who had real talent went to Rome. Caravaggio had arrived here in 1593 and had been promptly told what he was supposed to do if he was ever to become a great artist. First, draw old sculpture. Plenty of that lying around. Second, take yourself off to the old masters, Raphael perhaps. Be humbled, copy, and learn. What you get at the end of it all was the point of art, an idea of perfect form and ideal beauty. If you could make those celestial mysteries visible using your own brushes, then you'd be ready to convey that vision of perfection where it counted in the war for souls.
Oh yeah, Caravaggio didn't think so. Visions of paradise, who the hell knew about that? What he knew was right in front of his nose, down here on Earth, in the studio. The here and now, that would be the point of his art.
Drawing? Who needed it? Caravaggio never drew a thing in his life. He just looked, eyeballed. And then he'd paint.
When someone asked him what he was going to do for models, he pointed at the stream. Then, he said, he brought them into his studio.
The rough awkwardness of Caravaggio's boy with a basket of fruit was a long way from the refined beauty of the Renaissance masters. From the start, he wasn't going to do things the way they were supposed to be done.
Here's Caravaggio's response to the slavish copying of the classics, his painting of himself as Bacchus, the god of wine. Now, bear in mind, Bacchus isn't simply the god of binges, he's also the symbol of youth and beauty, the inspirer of poetry, song, and painting. And this is what Caravaggio does.
Instead of eternal youth, he gives us something like the exact opposite. Someone who's really sick. The flesh is greenish, the lips are grey, the eyes unslept, the mouth curled into a leer.
Instead of taking a human form and making it into a god, he takes a god and makes it all too human. The overdressed party animal as mourning after rain.
A few pipelines of gaming in Web3, because it all kind of started with GameFi, which I think is important to distinguish the difference in language. I don't think GameFi means building a game on Web3. I think GameFi is
offered to us
having a game that is DeFi focused, and as a gamer, that's not what I see as the focus of gaming succeeding in the blockchain space personally. But now we're starting to see more
northern Italian artists were famous for their technical skill,
which is where
naturalistic still lies.
From the technology side, as you don't want the
Caravaggio
gamers to have to
gives us nature with a
interact with the
twist.
wallet more than just when
Never
they
mind
first start.
art
Maybe
as
you have to sign up
beauty.
and get permission to the smart
He
contract.
takes a
Beyond
basket of
that,
fruit and
you
turns
want
it
to
into a life and
so
death
we're starting
drama.
to see a bit of that, but it's still quite
He's
early.
pushing the envelope,
We've
challenging the very way
starting to
that
do that
painting
specific
was supposed to be.
which definitely caters to more
It
on-chain
wasn't for the
gaming,
timid,
where
but painting
Arbitrum
this
Warren
sharp
has
wasn't going to go unnoticed
the
by those
traditional
with an eye for
idea of
quality.
gaming where it's
A cardinal,
mostly
no
just
less.
a basic
Francesco
game, but
Maria
there
del
are
Monte.
elements that leverage Web3, like having assets that you can take out of the game to then sell or buy, items and assets and then unload them into the game, which is what
No church mouse, our
familiar
cardinal.
with.
He lives in an enormous
just
part of the
leveraging that
palazzo
idea
surrounded by
asset
poets,
autonomy.
musicians, and paintings. Del Monte of the roving eye is the biggest player on the art market.
Because these are assets that
At the art dealers over the road, the Cardinal sees something that takes his fancy. Card sharps. Del Monte takes in the brilliant colour, the jokey action, the wink-wink, nudge-nudginess of it all. Better still,
He feels the presence of these people, the rosy-cheeked kid sucker and a cool bravo about to take him down, as if they were right in front of him.
That's good.
The Cardinal buys his painting for a song and then makes Caravaggio an offer he can't refuse. Why don't you move into the palazzo? Bed, board, smartest company in Rome, poets, philosophers. Terrific kitchen, my dear, and never a dull moment. And music. You do like music, don't you? Caravaggio liked music, all right. And here he is, at the back of this tight little group, holding the cornet. Do we need Cupid on the left to let us know it's love songs that are their thing? Don't think so. The lead singer is crying his eyes out. He's just tuning up. Now, there were lots of paintings of young boys with flutes and Baroque Rome, but never anything quite like this. Nothing this close up, nothing this fleshy and so close to us. It's like, oh yes, 4 youths in a closet. Excuse me, so sorry, don't mean to intrude. No, come on in, darling. Pull up a cushion, join us. We're just rehearsing. The claustrophobia has a point, and it's not erotic. What he's doing is demolishing the safety barrier between the viewer and the painting. Caravaggio's art crashes the safety barrier of the frame. It tears away the separation. It reaches you. It was one thing painting pretty boys for Del Monte. It was quite another painting for the great churches of Rome. But in 1599, Caravaggio won the commission to paint 2 scenes from the life of St. Matthew, the Contarelli Chapel in the Church of San Luigi. It would be a test of whether he could make a new kind of art for the public in the place that really counted, whether he could move them to faith and salvation. But the martyrdom of Matthew, the showpiece for the chapel, turned into a massive headache. The commission called for big architectural settings, the martyr with his eyes rolled to heaven, cast of hundreds, angels on clouds. Now, Caravaggio knew he didn't want any part of that, but he didn't know what to do instead. Blocked, he turned to the scene for the other wall. Somehow, when he thought about the calling of Matthew, a light went on. Why? Because it was about a sinner, not a saint. Where have you been?
Me? What have I been? I've been here for an hour. Come on, sit down.
Suddenly, it all made sense. What the church was looking for and what Caravaggio was born to do. Make something sacred out of the lives of the squalid. So instead of setting the calling in some fantasy holy land, Caravaggio beams Jesus down to a dim room in Rome. It's dive, really. Torn paper shades on the windows. Characters from the card charts and other lowlives gather to witness the big moment. Half of them don't even notice when the 2 mysterious strangers, Christ and St. Peter, enter the room. Freeze frame, finger points. Me?
Yes, you, Matthew, you miserable creature. We don't need the virtuous for this job. We need scum like you. And for this instant of redemptive transformation, Caravaggio had another stunning idea. Instead of highlighting Christ, cover him up. The less we see of him, the more we concentrate on that extended finger. And through that finger comes a bolt of radiance that changes Matthew the sinner into Christ's disciple. It's all about the light. The light that's too pure and too strong for the spiritually short-sighted, the old man with the glasses and a cash to receive. Now, if you think this sounds a bit like the theatre or the movies, well, you're absolutely right. What Caravaggio wanted was for people to come into the darkness in this space and suddenly find themselves in the presence not of a painting at all, but a real event. Seeing is believing.
Right? That's like what worship people that is not a reality. That was making the change to what you do, or there was a continuum that was made because
with the calling of Matthew finished, Caravaggio returned to the painting for the other wall, Matthew's martyrdom, and its problem had gone. He strips the scene of its remoteness, its solemnity, and instead gives us what he was all about, a brutal assault in a back street. Terrified, chaotic, hysterical, the figures spin around, out of control. The scene is glimpsed as if you were running away, which is exactly what Caravaggio intended himself doing. It's all flicker, strobe-lit, handheld, stuttering, shrieking. And in the middle of all this manic action, there is one fixed point. Floodlit, so you can't miss him, the naked assassin, finishing off his hit. Caravaggio makes the sinner, not the saint, the hub on which everything spins. It's all shockingly mixed up, with the painter as a fleeing coward, and yet it was a triumph. Caravaggio must have thought, what can't I get away with? He's 30 years old. Matthews have made him an overnight sensation. The church commissions roll in. It all starts to go to his head. The other Caravaggio shows up. Violent, abusive, unpredictable.
Good morning. No. Give me a fucking ear. Like, what the fuck? I was trying to say good morning to you, bro. Let me fucking talk, bro. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Dick. Good morning, everybody.
And the more successful he is, the weirder the behavior gets. His brother, Giovanni Battista, a priest, comes to see the painter in Del Monte's palace. I've got no brother. Never had one, says Caravaggio. Brother leaves, crushed, bewildered. He gets himself up in a fancy black outfit, but then he wears it until it's in tatters. Then there's his dog, Crow, which teaches to walk on its 9 legs.
You're fucking like, I put on your theme music, and like you start cutting out. Like I have no clue if there's bumper to bumper traffic on the BQ8 today. There is. I don't know what's going on.
going on. I think I don't have my headphones on, so maybe that might be a problem. But when I lost you, you want to try to get me? Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Just do it. Go for it.
Yeah, happy Tuesday, my friends. Taco Tuesday is a chilly one today in New York City. It's so chilly. The Statue of Liberty is wearing a warm scarf and her coat with a high of 43. So I'm playing peekaboo.
If you're another painter who see this lot coming towards you, watch out. Caravaggio and his mates particularly get off on abusing rivals and imitators. Or fry your balls in oil, as one of them shows themselves, called it report. Whether you mention it or not, all this physical aggression, all this sweaty closeness on the borderline between pathos and trouble, carried over into Caravaggio's art with shocking
There's no traffic to the border, JFK.
Only someone who rubs shoulders with the poorest people in Rome could produce painting like this. Christ grabs doubting Thomas's wrist, guiding his finger deep into his wound, burying it in his body, until Thomas moves. Caravaggio says, you don't just look at my pictures, you don't just stare, you feel them. Okay, we feel it, we believe. He doesn't do it just for fun. It's because no one else painting in Rome takes the message of Christianity more seriously. This sinner. Christ says, the wretched of the earth can be saved. They, what Caravaggio is. Gospel is happening.
I think we should play music for you anymore. Hey, David, I'm feeling great. I don't care about the music. I just want to get it going.
When people come into church and see them, they are thunderstruck. Their lives change, their eyes open, their hearts pound. In the presence of sacred drama so vivid, so physical, they think they can stretch out and touch the most hardened sinner, the worst sinner beneath. This was the painter the church had been waiting for. Here's the Paul flat on his back, his eyeballs scorched yellow, like the blinding light of revelation. Next to him, St. Peter bears his lot of cowardly guilt, crucified upside down, unworthy, he says, to be martyred the same way as Christ. No one can touch Caravaggio for capturing the sheer weight of the gospel. His faith is carnal. The bodies in his masterpieces are trapped flesh. When the Son of God. But wasn't that the point of the gospel? Christ's presence on earth, not as a weightless angel, but in the flesh of man. The point is, he's not just an art revelation. This sinner is also a devout Christian, an evangelist for the unwashed. Can you imagine how pilgrims coming to Rome, their Italian Jerusalem, felt when confronted by this image of themselves? Here's a painter who understood what it was like to live inside the grimy skin of the poor and the pious. His street casting is astounding. Here's Madonna of Loreto as just a local girl standing in her doorway. And instead of the usual crowd of the reverent, all we have kneeling before her are two old pilgrims who've plodded miles on their bare, calloused feet. Faced with this homage to filthy feet, some in the church may well have felt that Caravaggio had gone too far. The dreaded word indecent began to crop up whenever his name was mentioned. Perhaps that's why Giovanni Baglioni, one of his imitators, got the plum job of painting the resurrection in the new Jesuit church, and Caravaggio didn't. Not long afterwards, a poem did the rounds of Rome's rougher taverns.
Giovanni Baglioni, you are a know-nothing. Your pictures are just daubs. I wouldn't. You will not earn a brass farthing.
Not enough. Not to make riches.
So you'll have to go around with your arse in the air.
Maybe you could use it to wipe your pocket.
Awfully sorry, I won't be able to join in with a chorus of praise, but you are quite unworthy of the chain that you are wearing, and a disgrace to painting.
Yes.
Whether the verses were written by Caravaggio or one of his pals, we'll never know. Baglioni sues for libel, and Caravaggio is arrested and thrown in jail. The court record of the trial is the only time we hear Caravaggio's words directly.
Poems? What poems?
So they're read aloud to the whole court.
Oh, those poems. What have nothing to do with me. But whoever wrote, obviously an art critic.
Months roll by, with Caravaggio still in jail. Then, finally, without a verdict, he's released to house arrest. If he leaves without written permission, he gets a stint rowing as a galley slave. Does this stop him in his tracks? Hardly.
5 hours after nightfall, Michelangelo di Caravaggio, who was carrying a sword and dagger, was halted by my men. When asked if he had a license, he said yes and presented it, so he was dismissed. I told him he could leave and said good night, sir, to which he replied, shove it up your arse. So I arrested him since I could not tolerate such a thing.
I was seized on the corso outside the church of San Ambrogio because I had a sword and a dagger. I have no written license to carry a sword or a dagger. However, the governor of Rome had given verbal orders to the captain and corporal to let me carry them. I have no other license.
Even his closest friends couldn't work out how the painter of religious marvels and the psycho could inhabit the same person.
We're having dinner in the tavern of the law.
And across the room was
Michelangelo di Caravaggio.
The famous painter.
He asked the waiter if the artichokes had been done in butter or oil.
Oil or butter, them all being on the same plate.
Yeah. Reasonable question. Are these done in oil or butter? I don't know. Smelling yourself. Do you think you're talking to some sort of bomb? your attitude. What does it smell? Oh, you look butter. Hey? Smell it. Smell it. Smell it. Come on. Smell it yourself. Hey? Smell your attitude. Smell it. Smell it.
Michelangelo took this somewhat amiss. He says, "You have not mistaken, you damn cuckold. You think you're serving some sort of bun."
And he picked up the artichokes and he threw them at the waiter.
At no point did he take out his sword and threaten the waiter.
Smell it.
Of course, Caravaggio doesn't just pick fights with people in restaurants. He's fighting tradition with painting past and present.
He lands a commission for the Church of Santa Maria here in Trastevere, which should have been right up his street. One of the poorest areas of Rome. At its heart was the cult of the Virgin Mary, to whom the women of the district fervently prayed to cure the sick, make the barren fertile, and save the plague-stricken. Who better than Caravaggio to paint the death of Mary?
According to Christian tradition, Mary's death wasn't a death at all, but a sleep before her ascent to heaven. Just as the conception and birth of her son had been a fleshless miracle, so her death was a fleshless exit.
Well, Caravaggio didn't do fleshlessness, he did flesh. In this case, dead flesh.
That was the first thing the Carmelite sisters of the church noticed. His Mary was dead. Her skin was green, her body bloated under a screaming red dress. Once that appalling shock had registered, worse was rumoured. The Caravaggio had taken a drowned whore from the morgue and made her into the Madonna. For me, this picture is the most moving of any painted of this scene. The apostles brought to the deathbed, heads bowed in sorrow. Mary Magdalene crumpled with grief. Of course, if the Virgin's just having a nice snooze prior to the lift to paradise, why should anyone be so distraught? But the weight of grief here is measured by the sense of a real death. It's a response not to immortality, but mortality. Wherever Mary is going, she's leaving our world, and that's reason enough to mourn. Not everyone saw it that way. And once they got over their shock, the Carmelite sisters who commissioned the painting gave it back.
Imagine how many schools you could have put, how many hospitals you could have put.
It must have been a bitter rejection, and it marks a major turning point.
We have the answers. As I said, Swaraj is way more correct.
From now on, Caravaggio was even quicker to take offense. And his life was about to spiral into a series of disastrous encounters that would culminate in an act of bloodshed.
This is
it all started with a woman. Her name was Lena, a real flesh and blood relative, much the most voluptuous of all of Caravaggio's models. She'd also caught the eye of another person, Mariano Pasqualoni. So Pasqualoni goes to see Lena's mama, says he's in love, wants to marry her, wants to make a respectable woman of her. And oh, by the way, does she know what goes on in those long modeling sessions in Caravaggio's studio? Mama goes to see the painter.
Doesn't take much to imagine what happens next. Honor besmirched, Caravaggio explodes in fury, wants to challenge Pasqualoni to a duel, but the coward won't wear a sword by day. There is a huge shouting match on the Corso. That night, in the Piazza Navona, Pasqualoni is attacked from behind. Blood, screams, victim miraculously still alive, assailant flees into the darkness. No one is in any doubt who it is. By late May 1606, it's just a homicide waiting to happen. It all falls into place on one of those hot, sleepless nights. Caravaggio has a blown fuse shouting match with Ranuccio Tomasoni. It wasn't good to rumble with Tomasoni, a local heavy who was also a famous swordsman. It was probably a row about a girl. Tomasoni, after all, pimped many girls in this quarter. But Caravaggio didn't like anyone much, threw their weight around. So, a duel is arranged, down by the tennis courts on the Via della Scrofa. And you think, well, it was always going to turn out badly, wasn't it? Tomasoni's taken to his house where he makes his final confession and bleeds to death. Wanted for murder, Caravaggio goes on the run. In his absence, he's sentenced to a bande capitale, with a price on his head. Literally. Show up with his head in a basket and you get the reward. Once again, his network of patrons and admirers rallies round to keep him afloat. Throughout the summer of 1606, they help him hide out, and in return, sick and sober by what he's done, Caravaggio makes paintings. Paintings that help him on his way far beyond the jurisdiction of the papal state. Somewhere, the police and bounty hunters won't find him. Naples. Here, in a city where cutting the off-road is nothing to get worked up about, Caravaggio is a celebrity. But his paintings are full of pity, tenderness, and mercy. Hardly surprising, since as a murderer, he knows his immortal soul is in grave danger. A year goes by since the murder and escape from Rome. The Neapolitans can't get enough of him. Caravaggio is doing great work. Guess what? No fines. So why does he suddenly leave and end up in Malta, of all places? Not to be a crusader against the Turks, that's for sure. But there was one thing that Malta, the Christian island in the Muslim Mediterranean, could give him, which Naples couldn't. Status, respect, and knighthood. One of his patrons makes the right noises and introduces Caravaggio to the Holy Order of the Knights of St. John, one of the most rich and powerful organizations in Europe. Becoming a knight would mean not only honor and respect, but also a chance to wipe the bloody slate of his past clean. Now, normally being a convicted murderer would be an insurmountable obstacle to admission. Not for Caravaggio. On the 14th of July, 1608, the robe with the Maltese cross is put around the fugitive's shoulders, and he is officially proclaimed one of the greatest of painters, living or dead. In exchange for all this, Caravaggio undertook a painting for the Knights' Cathedral. You have to imagine this place filled with robes and incense and echoing with deep, dark anthems. The beheading of John the Baptist is the biggest thing Caravaggio had ever done. 17 feet long, filling the entire eastern wall of the oratory. It's movie screen sized. He wanted the knights to feel it not as a painting, but as a living drama going on right in front of them. No wonder it sends a shiver through us, this thing. this infamous butchery, taking place in a grim prison yard where the body of John the Baptist has been dragged to have his head hacked off. It's a scene of remorseless cruelty that tears your insides out and turns art upside down. Art is supposed to bring us beauty, but just look at that semicircular figures and you will see something has gone terribly wrong. That perfect lily white arm carries the golden bowl into which the Baptist's head will drop. The solemn soldier, the embodiment of authority, is giving the order for an atrocity. That perfect nude is a cold-blooded hitman with a knife. The action seems to go on forever until, like that anguished old woman, all you can do is scream. Caravaggio gives us death twice over. The death of John the Baptist and the death of our most cherished illusion about art, that it can make us finer, more humane.
Yeah, definitely. So I myself was a CEO of an IT company. We managed residential and business computer services. Not only did we manage like their backups and their endpoints, but pretty much all the support. So coming out of cybersecurity for most of my life and transitioning into Web3 cybersecurity, it was like a blessing that I ran into Guard at the time that I did. Everybody else on the team, they're from Fortune 500 companies. We've had people that have worked at Chase and their payment solutions branch. We have, half the developers. I mean, all you can check out our LinkedIn. I mean, we're all doxed. We're real people, right? Like we go to every single conference that happens. We try to show face everywhere. We try to basically. Credentials are important, right? And like I said, building trust and factory is insanely hard.
Writing his name in the blood of John the Baptist. Only a guilt-stricken killer could possibly feel this desperately about wanting the violence to stop.
You're on the road.
Only Caravaggio could want so badly for the blood of the martyr to wash away his crime.
What are you going to give me, Duncan?
Oh my god, I can't hear you, bro. I can see the captions. When are you gonna get a Dunkin'? I'm in the cold room.
Can you hear me or no? Yeah, you can't, though. The hell was that? Someone getting done. Let's go.
Now, it would be nice, wouldn't it, if that was the end of the story? Outlaw painter redeemed by a knockout masterpiece. Art changed forever, sinner saved. And in Caravaggio's case, salvation doesn't come that easily. The painter who wants violence to stop can't even control his own. Barely a month after he's been admitted to the Order of St. John, Caravaggio is imprisoned for assaulting a brother knight. But, incredibly, he manages to escape from his underground cell, over the castle walls, and into a boat which takes him to Sicily. He returns to the safety of Naples, but it's here his enemies finally catch up with him. He's jumped, leaving an inn. His face and head slashed and gashed so badly that he's left for dead.
So as we create, I want to encourage you to do your research. We're researchers now. We are the creators. We are the directors.
He doesn't die, and in this, his darkest moment, recovering from his beating, news reaches him from Rome. The Pope's nephew, Giulione Borghese, is arranging a pardon. So, Caravaggio sets about repaying him the only way he can, the only way he's ever got anywhere.
I almost said you were clear away. Y'all, like, we're literally.
It's a self-portrait, unlike any painted before. Usually, when artists looked in the mirror, they liked what they saw. What they saw were men, young or old, whose features were ennobled by their calling to bring virtue, beauty, and grace into the world. Now, look at Caravaggio.
I reflect on the lives of some of my
A decapitated head. He's Goliath. Bloody grotesque.
As an intelligent being, you do not have to experience everything.
In the beheading of John the Baptist, evil was done by other people. Here it's Caravaggio, who's the embodiment of wickedness. In this victory of virtue over evil, David is supposed to be the center of attention. But have you ever seen where there's a jubilant victor?
I'm breathing. I'm alive.
On his sword is inscribed Humilitas occidit superior. Humility conquers pride. A battle that's been fought out inside Caravaggio's head, between the two sides of the painter portrayed here. There's the devout, courageous David Caravaggio, and then there's the criminal sinner, Goliath Caravaggio. I know who I've been, says a pathetic head, unable to look us in the eyes. I know what I've done. It's a desolate vision, offered to us in utter blackness, no virtue, no grace, just the dark truth inside of Caravaggio's head, flooded with tragic self-knowledge. For me, the power of his art is the power of truth, not least about ourselves. For if we're ever to have a chance of redemption, it must begin with an act of recognition that in all of us, Goliath defeats David. In July 1610, Caravaggio rolled up his paintings and set sail for Naples, finally heading home. Sailing north, his boat stopped at the tiny harbour of Parma on the coast just west of Rome. Here, the local captain of the guard either hadn't heard about this part or mistook him for some other fugitive. Either way, he's thrown in jail. By the time he's managed to pay his way out, his boat has sailed off, along with his paintings. He's off again to Borghese. Desperate to catch up with his ship with his precious cargo, Caravaggio sets off north towards Porto Ercole, 100 kilometers through the malaria-infested swamp country of Maremma.
We're currently in a season alpha. We have actually this off in August and the end of this season alpha will actually be 2024. So it's coming to clear soon. But if you listen to we still have the mid to SVT and get started and get option. It's going to be months. And the end of the season alpha, we would then have
Here, final disaster awaited. In a pathetic attempt to hail a ship, Caravaggio starts running along the beach under the broiling July sun before collapsing in the sand. By now, he's suffering from a raging fever. He's taken to a local monastic hospital. There, according to a contemporary report, without the aid of God or man, he died as miserably as he lived.
Million MNT token. And this is the reward pool that has been allocated to our season alpha, which is our first season of So this is something that we're running concurrently, that we already have to do the one-time journey itself. So as a kind of
sometime later that the Pope's nephew, Scipione Borghese, finally receives the paintings with which Caravaggio had hoped to win his pardon. The Cardinal finds himself face to face with the picture of the painter as the slain Goliath. The Cardinal isn't used to this. Artists have been given their gift by God to bring beauty into the world, to put mortal creatures in touch with their higher selves. That's the way it was supposed to be. But Caravaggio never did anything the way it was supposed to be. Says this dead face, which seems still alive. They said, whoever delivers my head will get a reward. Well, I'm turning myself in. Will that do? Can I have my reward? Can I have my pardon?
I'm not even following you.
Sorry, says the Cardinal. So sorry. You're too late.
Look at this one. Look at this one. Credits are important for confirmation. Yo, this is my I mean, you're looking at mine and
Sexy models. Now it's men with earrings in converted warehouse studios in the East End. This one's doing photorealism, a style that was invented 35 years ago in New York and died out soon after. What's he doing it again for? Let's go on prowling moodily through this modern art studio of nowadays, interpreting the signs. The big no, the first two letters of nowadays. No to genius, no to beauty, no to art where you can tell what's happening. Here's a modern artist who's made some paintings of words to go with their sculpture of a full stop. She's going to be showing both at the Tate Gallery. Modern art today is full of words and full of sounds. This slightly menacing horror music sound, like the soundtrack for a modern art program, is actually some modern art, being made by this artist, who's also just had a show at the Tate. Hey look, it's a painting by me. I painted it at art school. It's cosmic op art. And now, it's going to be me talking. I wonder what I'm going to say.
Why is it when we think of modern art, the art of today, that we don't think of this anymore? A genius artist in his studio drawing a nude woman with charcoal. What happened to make that idea of art an old hat idea? This is my studio in Derbyshire Street in Bethnal Green. I share it with a load of other artists who also never draw the model, and who mostly have never seen a nude woman in an artist's studio outside of Hollywood films about Van Gogh or Michelangelo. At this moment, they're upstairs or along the corridor, testing out every activity under the sun except life drawing to see if it could be art.
At another moment, behind a cloud of sexy Gauloise smoke in a studio along the great dark corridor of time, is a real genius with a big pen, biggest pen of all, the pen of Pablo, drawing a face. War bad, Picasso said, peace good. That was the 1950s, the time when I was born, when Picasso was a communist. Because it was a time when modern art really stood for something, a scribble and a line and a few dots by Picasso could seem to sum up everything, nobody laughed at his solution to world conflict. But they did sometimes cry about his drawing. Why, a child of 6 could do it, Royal Academicians cried. They hated Picasso and everything new. They wanted everything to be old again. But now, it's the 90s. I'm in my 40s. It's a whole different world. Today, modern art is a real pig sawn in half with a chainsaw and suspended in a vitrine of formaldehyde. Or it's a photo of a blankly staring post-feminist woman of the 90s. Or a tent by another woman artist, embroidered with the names of everyone she's ever slept with. Or the London Tube map, but with all the names of the stations changed to nonsense. Footballers instead of Jubilee line stops. Philosophers instead of the Circle line. So that's modern art now. What I'm going to be doing over the next 6 weeks, this modern art series called This Is Modern Art, in a kind of ironic, doubtful way, because no one knows what modern art really is travelling through time. Looking at the modern art of the past and back again to the modern art of today, to see what the past has to say about the present, what the present has to say about the past. This is what the inside of my head looks like a museum of modern art of the mind. There's some abstract expressionism. Later I'm going to be looking at 3 giant turning points in the history of modern art, all coming out of this place, the real Museum of Modern Art in New York. Huge, white, magnificent. Anyone who's ever been there will know the sheer confidence in the display, the scale of it, the feeling of authority and credibility that it has. New Yorkers go around with that model of modern art in their heads. More or less, not the ones on crack, of course, because Americans want this kind of art. It answers a need. What is this need, exactly? Modern art is a mixture of snob culture and amazing open-mindedness, like Andy Warhol. Modern art is a system, but one that's always changing. Warhol stands for one of its big changes. Later on, we're going to be meeting him, plus 2 more geniuses who moved the parameters of modern art. This is the first one, the big cigar of modernity, Picasso. This is Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is the picture at the beginning of all modern art books. It's the picture that started Cubism. It's hardly a picture at all. It's a monster picture, a parody of a picture, painted in one way and then half painted over in a different way, without caring if the seams show. 5 ugly, angry, glaring prostitutes in a brothel with their armpits showing. And their blank, indifferent, dead faces staring out, or their primitive, dog-like African mask faces. From the eyebrows out to the folds of the curtains, everything irritates everything else. Everything is spiky and jostling, as if it's the painting, not the women, glaring out like an ugly, angry, shocking, exciting art joke. When I first saw this picture in a book at about age 17, I didn't think this is Cubism. I thought this is modern art, the hard stuff. Sarah Lucas, defiant woman of the 90s, icon of young British art, up against the wall, defiantly redefining what it means to be modern. This abject, wretched, stocking monster called Bunny, which Lucas made in 1997, is the sister of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, only 70 years younger than them.
Picasso is somebody I identify with, just in terms of the amount of sex in his work, I suppose. That's the subject, or the way they were transformed, say, through even just lines that aren't break up a face in a certain way so that you can see a penis in it or something like that. And like where it turns a pair of handlebars into a pair of horns. I'd say come very close to the kind of transformation that I'm using with ordinary objects to stand for something else.
Dumb things transforming in the mind. This sculpture has a 1990s tone of jokey contempt. Nevertheless, it's a work that comes at the end of an art timeline that begins with Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. It's art that would be impossible without Picasso. laughs at the cult of the macho, but it respects the thing that the sex myth of Picasso really stands for, Picasso's cult of change, of perpetual renewal.
In my mind, he kind of stands for one of the artists who managed to carry on changing, and rather than just kind of reiterating their old work, and their freshest work being when they were younger. So that's one of the things I probably admire about him.
I find Picasso very moving, not disconnected from my world, but part of it. What does he stand for? He stands for ceaseless creativity, not caring, not being snobbish, having his own system, never being polite. On the other hand, he also stands for a kind of atrophying of the restless modern art mind, where, whenever his name is mentioned, tasteful music starts up, and we stop thinking.
The Picasso Museum in Paris is not an unfamiliar sign on television, and a presenter waddling about it, waving his arms around, is not unknown either. So how do you make this old art subject new? Well, for one thing, you can acknowledge that we live in a world where artists like Tracy Emin and Sarah Lucas are art stars, and where cubism is no more important than any other ism, and no ism is all that important. Consequently, for different people with different interests, there are a lot of different Picassos. There's the genius, and he is that. No one could be here with the energy of this art and not feel he's a genius of some kind. But there's also the absurd, decadent, rich person who could buy a chateau for the price of a drawing. The old, macho, outdated sex monster, obsessively fixated on the image of the artist alone in the studio with a naked female model. A woman rendered again and again as a kind of hilarious, exploded, uglified, beautifully painted male sex fantasy.
Sex and death, Picasso's great themes. This is a picture of his friend who committed suicide from unrequited love, Casagemas, done when young Picasso hadn't become a genius yet, but was just pastiching already existing styles, from Van Gogh to Toulouse-Lautrec. Everyone knows Picasso's blue period. Informed art world people think it's a bit sentimental. Everyone else loves it because it's sentimental. It's the stuff after they're not sure about, the genius stuff. When Picasso first painted La Demoiselle d'Avignon in 1906, when he was only 27, he rolled it up in the corner of the studio because he didn't know what it was. Even his friends didn't like it. Georges Braque said looking at it was like being made to drink petrol. But then gradually Picasso and Braque came to acknowledge it as the prototype for Cubism. It isn't interesting to think about Cubism as an ism anymore, but it is interesting to think about what it actually did. It made the painting more important than the picture. It made inventing more important than copying. It meant reality could be gutted and boned and put back together again as something else, as art. Picasso never made art from nature, he just made it out of his head. He made it up. He held on to reality only to have something to push around. Picasso was the first to think Cubism was a boring idea. Almost as soon as he invented it, a whole school of academic Cubists started up. So he stopped putting the eyes on the side of the head and started putting them in the right place for a while. That was his neoclassical period of the 1920s. But then he put them in the wrong place again. And after that, just switched back and forth stylistically all the time, from smoothed out to jagged, from wildly distorted to calm, from angry to funny, from ugly to beautiful. Picasso, the genius, lover of many women, destroyer of them, stepper over of their distorted and cubified bodies. I don't despise the corny myths of Picasso, the ego monster, Mr. Love Pants, but I know they're not the art. They're just the Hello magazine version, and I'm only faux Hello. I think there's a real Picasso, and it's in these real shapes and bodies, the bits and pieces that make up this art. This is the Picasso system in operation. It's here in this museum, but it's in our heads too. Art's new systems of now are mutations of his old system of then. Here we are on the lovely Riviera, looking for the essential Picasso. Picasso was always changing. When he was in his 60s, the new model was Mediterranean Picasso. The Mediterranean is timeless, classical, ancient, all about sensuous, timeless pleasure. Only Picasso could mix all this up with aggressive modernity. After the war, he was given this museum of local culture in Antibes to use as a studio. Modern art was hated by fascists, so it must be good for peace, it was thought. Picasso became France's official expresser of the new post-war happiness. He roamed the building, taking down the old official art and replacing it with smiling triangles. His paintings here aren't particularly well known, but they're the sublime, playful side of Picasso. These are modest masterpieces of ordinary life, the pleasures of the domestic and the everyday. To me, they're the awesome achievements of modern art, full of details of real things changed into painted things. Modernity with Picasso is Picasso's joie de vivre let loose, frolicky and funny, and feeling good without caring what others think. But of course, he didn't have to care, because a big support system of mythology and market was doing all that for him. This was another modern art system that Picasso invented, the system of the modern artist as entrepreneur and showman. Mediterranean Picasso is Picasso number 2 in the various mythologies of Picasso, Picasso rich guy. In his old age, he lived a magnificent, rich, bohemian life in the south of France, moving from villa to villa, filling them up with new creations, watching wrestling on the TV, and having Gary Cooper round to visit, his favourite film star. He was thought to be the highest paid man alive. He called himself a communist, but Moscow called him a decadent. He didn't care though. When he wasn't painting, he was out making sculptures that changed the language of sculpture forever. And ceramics that made him laugh. He was full of beans. He thought if he never stood still, he could live forever. That was what drove him. But that's one thing modern art can't do. This is almost the last picture he ever painted, a self-portrait from the year he died. It was 1973, Picasso was 92. Modern art wasn't just Picasso anymore, it had been taken over by New York. What a picture. Picasso is always dead for us. It's part of his myth. He died, he stared death in the face before he went. He was trepidatious, guilty about all the lives he'd stepped on and destroyed on his path to genius. New York started taking over modern art in the Second World War. By the 1950s, the job was complete. Picasso was still producing, but not progressing, it was thought in New York. Progress was the big thing now. But who could be the sign of progress? Who could be as big as Picasso, but have the necessary newness? Jackson Pollock, artist of the abstract trip, doomed forever to be a cliché.
What do we see when we see a Jackson Pollock? We see what Pollock stands for. Jackson Pollock stands for freedom, self-expression, and being American, and for a particular American financial success story. We see money building up. This painting, Autumn Rhythm, failed to sell at all when it was first shown in 1950, even though the asking price was only $1,200. After Pollock died, it was offered by a dealer to the Museum of Modern Art for $8,000, and they were appalled at the price. Then it was offered again for $30,000, and they didn't even reply to the letter. Eventually, the Metropolitan Museum bought it for $20,000. A trustee said a painting this big must be worth something. 20 years later, in the mid-70s, the combined value of all Pollock's works in public and private collections was estimated to be $50 million because he was a giant of American art. What else do we see? We see the whole tragedy of Pollock's life. Towards the end of it, he couldn't paint at all. He was a depressed alcoholic. He was violent. He used to punch people. If they punched him back, which they often did, he used to cry. He had terrible insecurity. He thought he was a phony and a sellout. But the papers saw him as a macho, primitive, hard man, the tough guy who said, "I don't paint nature, I am nature." But what do we see in just the look of it? The sheer feminine beauty of whatever it is, the image or the rhythm, its containment across all those yards, the energy and facility and delicacy of the paint, where it sits on the surface of the canvas but sinks in at the same time, the way it's flat and spatial at the same time. All that ease and grace, the illusion of something that's been made on instinct alone. What a weird mix of elements makes up our idea of what Jackson Pollock is.
The romantic myth of the tortured artist. I like it because I'm a bit romantic myself. I started coming to New York a lot in the early 80s, drawn by the allure of the hip, up-to-date, cutting-edge art that was being churned out here all the time then. But I often found myself secretly yearning for the old stuff, the abstract expressionist stuff. The abstract expressionist moment was the 1950s. It was an existential moment. It was all deep, anguished, pained, late-night soul-searching. It was a life of woozy, boozy, semi-intellectual or intermittently intellectual, existential loneliness.
This is the Cedar Tavern, New York's famous bar, where Jackson Pollock and the abstract expressionists used to come and drink in the 1950s. Actually, it's not the Cedar, but a remake put up after the original tavern burnt down in 1963. But to this day, people still come here in search of the abstract expressionist myth, expecting to find it steaming off the tables, perhaps. Come out and fight, the abstract expressionists used to growl at each other when they met here. They'd rip the doors off the hinges. Jackson Pollock actually did that one night. They'd punch each other and insult each other and say, "I'm more sincere than you," or "I'm more authentic than you," or "I'm more existentially tortured than you," or "I've had all your women," which was one famous insult that the art critic Clement Greenberg was supposed to have hurled at the painter Willem de Kooning in a drunken brawl. Like many of these myths, it turned out to be only partly true, as Greenberg later revealed. There was only one of de Kooning's women he liked, and that was de Kooning's wife, Elaine de Kooning. But in all this macho comedy, there was tragedy and there was pathos, and that was what was going on in Jackson Pollock's head.
He was a very angry person, a very unhappy person. He'd be very subdued when he was sober, but when he got drunk, then the aggression would come out, and he would be very, very difficult, very aggressive. When he'd go into the Cedar Bar, he'd say, "You fucking whores, you think you're painters? You don't know what, anything." His self-destructiveness was overwhelming.
Pollock's art was a mystery art of pure abstraction. There was nothing in it except art. It made sense to him as a natural development from the Picasso system. But he found the process of getting it over to the public by playing up to the media literally mad-making. It resulted in a Pollock who was alienated from himself. Nowadays, we find it normal for modern art to be in the papers a lot, and for the stories about it to be all exaggeration and rubbish, from outright jeering to accolade overdrive. But that was all new in Pollock's time. His escape from art world hysteria was his home here in East Hampton, 3 hours' drive from Manhattan. He lived here with his wife, the artist Lee Krasner. Every week he went into New York to see his analyst and to hang around with artists and critics. And then he came back here to paint and to worry about who he was, what his status was. Why was he so popular, anyway? He was thought to be a wild painter. He painted on the floor because he was wild. He used cheap household paints because he was rough and tough. In fact, he used quite expensive household paints because they got the effect he wanted. He got the paint out of the tins onto the canvas in big sweeping loops using sticks or old dried up hardened brushes. But he didn't just get it all on there at once. He worked in stages, building up an image. It isn't wild art, it's deliberate, sophisticated art, it's good art, but there is wildness in it, and that's why it's great art. Spontaneity, chance, ugliness are all definitely in there, making something new, something graceful, delicate and odd, which even today we can't quite pin down, however blasé we think we are about the myth of Jackson Pollock. This is the real Pollock, really painting. But it's also the mythic Pollock, painting for the camera, like Picasso playing to the camera. Picasso was at ease with being a showman, but Pollock wasn't. Perhaps because it was the wrong show for him. I always think it's odd how delicate everything looks here, how untough it all is. By the time this film was made, Pollock's dream of art had started to turn into a nightmare. Nothing was real, everything was constructed around him.
I don't think that he had a terribly large ego, but he performed a lot in order to get attention. He wasn't an intellectual. He was charming and attractive, but very shy, actually, not a big ladies' man. And Lee really dominated him, you know. He was submissive and she was aggressive. She was aggressive in all her relationships.
Yes, but he had this old barn for a studio, but Lee had to work upstairs in a small room to do her painting.
That's true, but that was her choice. I mean, she thought that Jackson was a great painter, a great artist, and she devoted herself to that proposition.
What Lee did, she decided that if he had some success, that he would have more confidence and he would get into these terrible depressions and drinking and so on. And I think it started out well when they moved here, and it really worked out very well for a while. She cultivated everyone who could be helpful to him in a worldly way and rather isolated him from his real friends. And I think that was a mistake.
As artificial as it is, I think this famous film is the most touching film ever of an artist working. It was a very unnatural, self-conscious, awkward process to make it. But every image of Pollock is full of tenderness. He agreed to paint on glass, so the camera could be literally within a picture developing. Pollock had been on the wagon for 2 years, but he was driven back to drink by the pressure of making this film. At the end of the last day of shooting, he knocked back tumblers of whiskey and started shoving the filmmaker, Hans Namath. "You're a phony," he shouted. "I'm not a phony, you're a phony." But the fact is that the film was a lie. In his drunken rage with Namath, Pollock was expressing a real anxiety. He really couldn't work anymore. He'd reached a point where his ideas just dried up. By the mid-50s, Pollock had exhibitions in New York and all over Europe. His art was argued about by the most powerful critics in America. He'd been on the cover of Life magazine. He was world famous. And yet, he didn't know where to go. He said he'd been in life, but all he knew about was death. He didn't know what was happening to him. He was disoriented. He was in despair. He told Lee to think of his irascibility, his violence, his drinking as a storm.
that it would soon blow over. And then, on the night of the 11th of August, 1956, it did. Lee was in Europe, Pollock was in a car with Ruth Kligman, his lover, and Edith Metzger, Ruth's friend. It was an Oldsmobile he had just got in exchange for 2 small paintings. Pollock was driving, and he was drunk. He was driving at 80 miles an hour. The car came to a curve in the road, a spot Pollock knew very well because it was only a few yards from his house, but he failed to slow down. Instead, the car sped into a group of oak trees. It ran up one of the trees and flipped over. Edith Metzger had been in the back, hanging onto the safety strap, calling out to Pollock to slow down, was rammed into the trunk of the car and crushed to death. Kligman and Pollock were each thrown from the car. Kligman suffered a fractured pelvis, but Pollock collided with a tree head first and was killed instantly.
He was too sensitive to criticism. That was bad. I think he was someone so he had no skin to protect him, you know. Everything would get at him. And I think that the success was both good and bad. He had gained confidence. But it was always exaggerated, you know, that he was the only painter and all that, which still was obviously insecure.
Why do I not care about all the Picasso myths so much, but want all the Pollock myths? There's so many things already in Picasso's art, so few in Jackson Pollock's. Just a misty space, a sublime nothingness. We want the sublime, but we want it to be attached to something. If it's Turner, we want a storm at sea. With Pollock, we want the car crash. We feel we're really getting something there. The last big story of Pollock's life, his descent into chaos and death. Welcome back to the Modern Art Tour. This is Planet Hot Dog, the continent of burger, the country of candy. What's this got to do with art? Or we landed in the wrong place.
Coney Island, a complete art-free zone. There aren't any big ideas here, just fantastic, low pop mass dross. Who is responsible for collapsing this stuff into the world of high culture? One man.
Andy, do you feel that the public has insulted your art?
No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't thought about it.
It doesn't bother you at all then?
No.
Andy, do you think that pop art has sort of reached the point where it's becoming repetitious now?
Yes.
Do you think it should break away from being pop art?
No.
Are you just going to carry on?
Yes.
Here's Warhol with his icons of modern life. Modern celebrity, modern glamour, modern sexiness. When I first saw a Warhol, like everyone else probably, I couldn't see why it was art. It was a photo, surely. We hear about his great colour, and he is great at that. But what we first see are things, objects, soup cans, or Marilyn Monroe, or Jackie Kennedy. Jackie multiplied by 1,000,000. It's giddying. Liz Taylor, why is that art?
When Warhol was first becoming famous, he was asked what he thought about abstract expressionism. He just said, art is dead. Did he think he had killed art himself, or did it just die on its own? We certainly associate his name with a big question mark hanging over it. After Marilyn's in 1962, he painted a lot of Elvis Presley's in 1963. He painted double Elvises and single Elvises and triple Elvises. This one is 11 Elvises, all different and all the same. He painted the whole series very quickly. He painted 50 of them in an afternoon, but the studio was leaking. They were spoiled slightly, so he just painted them all again. All the things that in the abstract expressionist days were assumed to justify art's difficulty,
its specialness, its sensitivity, its unrepeatability, its complexity and depth, he was happy to throw away. Being famous and being recognized, he thought, were better. It's one thing to have that thought, and the people he hung out with had thoughts like that all the time because they were stoned or drunk. But what Warhol was good at was showing what that thought might actually look like.
He had always been interested in glamour. From the time of seeing movies from Hollywood and the photo play magazines, he always thought there was such a great glamour and magic about being a star. And I think he directed himself to find out what was glamour, and how could I put it in a can and then just paint it around, actually paint glamour in a room or on a canvas.
Warhol famously came from the wrong side of the tracks, where there wasn't any glamour. This is Pittsburgh, where Warhol was born in 1928. He lived here with his mother and father, who came over from Czechoslovakia, who could hardly speak any English, and his two brothers, John and Paul. It was a simple, working-class life. Warhol was always ill as a child and read movie magazines in bed and ate chocolates.
I used to go out and buy him movie star magazines, different theater magazines, which he got very fond of. He used to cut out the pictures. And then later on, he says, "Paul, how can I get some of these movie stars to autograph?" And I says, "Well, I'll write to them, So I wrote to a lot of movie stars, and a lot of them responded. Especially like Shirley Temple. She sent them an 8x10 photograph to Andrew Warhol from Shirley Temple. He prized that.
When I talk to Paul, I don't feel it's all that different to talking to anyone. He doesn't know who Warhol was any more than anyone else, because the artificial genius Warhol that everyone more or less knows is all he knows too.
I forget who I'm calling.
Warhol killed off his real self to make room for his art self. He made production line art because that was America. He made himself into a parody genius because that was art. That was Picasso, Jackson Pollock, geniuses who expressed themselves. Warhol made a new self to fit the new world, expressing his new artificial self, his brainwashed American consumerist self. He was vividly expressing the world. He was the world in all its ordinariness and strangeness. He had to keep the new invented self going, though. He had his own manual, which he wrote himself, his famous book, Andy Warhol's Philosophy from A to B, Back Again. I enjoyed it as a student, and I expect I'll be coming round one of these aisles and reading extracts from it at any moment, if this ironic, easy-listening soundtrack is anything to go by. When you want to be like something, it means you really love it. When you want to be like a rock, you really love that rock. I love plastic idols. What makes a painting beautiful is the way the paint's put on, but I don't understand how women put on makeup. It gets on your lips and it's so heavy. Lipstick and makeup and powder and shadow creams and jewellery. It's all so heavy. I have a fantasy about money. I'm walking down the street and I hear somebody say in a whisper, "There goes the richest person in the world."
Andy always said everything is on the surface. Just look there and you'll see everything that's there. He didn't have an intention to be heavy materials-wise or to be deep image-wise. He liked being surface. He was audacious. And somehow he knew that what he was doing was right on point. It was always exactly what needed to be done at that exact time. And it was beyond being hip and cool even. It was genius.
is sometimes thought of as a light and breezy artist, sometimes as a rather dark one. I think of him as pretty dark, even at his lightest and breeziest. This installation, Silver Pillows from 1966, is Warhol's take on the ultra-seriousness of minimalist sculpture of the time, but also its complete negative, couldn't care less comment upon it. His pink and yellow cow wallpaper from the same exhibition, exhibited here exactly as it was then, in a room adjacent to his silver floaty pillows, is an up yours to contemporary abstract painting, with its abstruse theories of colour and flatness. Warhol's own paintings go from aggressive pastiche of the nice, his version of lovely impressionism is both gorgeous and sarcastic, to stark revelations of the horrible, his Death and Disaster series. Warhol took everything the mass media had to offer as if it was messages from the gods. The gods always have a lot to say about death. Warhol himself was a regular churchgoer, so it's only right he should feel at home with religion's big subject, the end. With everything he does, there's the witty idea, often given to him by somebody else, as it was in the case of the Death and Disaster series, but also the cleverness and stylishness of the idea's execution, like picking the right title and the right scale for this painting called Foot and Tire, just big enough for the foot to be registered beneath the tire at a glance. And picking the right news photo car crash for this painting called 5 Deaths. 5 teenage corpses leaning on the grass, looking out, their eyes wide open as if they're feeling fine, but in fact they're crushed, mangled, and covered with blood. Ambulance disaster, the one vehicle you'd think you'd feel safe in, and white burning car. The repeated news photo image shows the burning car wreck, the driver grotesquely hanging from telegraph pole, a casual passerby. Not just casually passing by and glancing at death, but not even bothering to glance, with the corresponding blank, empty nothingness of the last section of the series.
Can we do a cheese movie? All you have to do is say cheese, cheese. All right. So the next.
Here's Warhol filming Susan Sontag, frightening superbrain of the 60s, asking her if she wants to be in a movie about cheese.
Just what you're doing.
Warhol's paintings, Warhol's films, they're the same. They do the same thing. It was part of Warhol's genius to realize that could be so. Can film be art? We're still asking that question today. This is Andy Warhol's first film, Sleep, made in 1963, only a year after he first became famous as a painter. Just a man sleeping for 8 hours. Warhol used to go to underground films all the time with the poet John Giorno. He thought he could make one himself, so he bought a camera. What should he film, though?
Andy and I was sleeping together, and I was drunk, like with the hangovers where I'd get up to take a piss, and there would be Andy, who was on speed, would be looking at me, and I would say, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Watching you." And then I'd go to sleep and wake up again, take another piss, and then and so it was that night, for the lack of an idea what he was going to make a movie of, was he got the idea of me sleeping.
Warhol shot hours of footage over different nights. Then he got into a tangle editing it. Finally, he just picked out the shots that brilliantly emphasized light and shade, so the film wouldn't seem too gay to beat censorship laws. And he made it 8 hours long because that's how long sleep usually lasts, to conform to art's structural laws. In this film, there is the palpable sense of one of the elements of Warhol's genius, the way his art foregrounds sexuality, like Picasso's does, only of course not like it, because Warhol was gay, Picasso wasn't.
Great energy comes with sex, and drugs just magnified. And Andy understood all that. I mean, Andy was on speed himself, so he could see everything with enormous clarity. And then everyone else was on whatever drug of their choice was, and they all fucked. I mean, it was everyone was either straight or gay. It was a lot of sexuality, and Andy totally I mean, that was the attraction for him to make movies. I mean, Andy didn't want to have sex. He wanted to watch. As we know, he was a great voyeur.
Here's Blowjob, made in the same year as Sleep. Another film with a minimal structure. It's reality, this is all you get. It's the same frame for half an hour. Reality and abstraction coming together. Pardon my French, haha. It's a fine balance of elements, lost on some people who quite understandably are interested in the title, but a bit bored by the film.
I told Andy once in New York, I says, I'm going down to see one of your movies, that's playing. And he says, look, they charge $3. He says, you give me the $3 and let me boot you in the rear end. He says, don't waste your time on it. So that was the answer that I got. But some of the family members were sort of critical about it. My mother was very deeply into religion. She had faith in it. She brought Andy up that way too. Brought all of us that way. I mean, on numerous occasions when we were up there, Andy's getting ready to leave, and he'd yell, "Mother, I'm getting ready to leave. Come on in here and pray with me." And they knelt down in front of her altar and prayed, for 5 or 10 minutes, and Andy would be on his way.
Warhol's pictures of death. How great they look, even though they're only silkscreen photos. How great he could make that technique be. Nobody knows what he really thought about death. Are these skulls pop death or death death? They were painted 10 years after he really did nearly die from an attempted assassination by Valerie Solanas, the author of the Scum Manifesto, the Society for Cutting Up Men. She came up to Warhol's famous factory studio and shot him one day in 1968. Warhol survived the shooting, but for the rest of his life he suffered constant pain from the wounds, which went on leaking horribly. But then in February 1987, he did die, tragically, from simple neglect, when his private nurse fell asleep following a routine gallbladder operation. His tubes just clogged up and he died. Warhol's pictures of death. How great they look, even though they're only silkscreen photos. How great he could make that technique be. Nobody knows what he really thought about death. Are these skulls pop death or death death? They were painted 10 years after he really did nearly die from an attempted assassination by Valerie Solanas, the author of the Scum Manifesto, the Society for Cutting Up Men. She came up to Warhol's famous factory studio and shot him one day in 1968. Warhol survived the shooting, but for the rest of his life he suffered constant pain from the wounds, which went on leaking horribly. But then in February 1987, he did die, tragically, from simple neglect, when his private nurse fell asleep following a routine gallbladder operation. His tubes just clogged up and he died. Here we are again in a graveyard, morbidly obsessing over modern art's dead dads. Warhol was a genius, but it was a new type of genius. It was a genius at expressing what it felt like not to be sure what you felt at all. He was a great psychologist. He observed what drives people and excites them. Not the people in his pictures and films, the icons, but the people who wanted to look at them, the public. He wrote books, made movies, and produced records and painted paintings. A lot of it wasn't any good, but he looked at a wasteland and said, "This is modern art," and it was. Hey, it's young people's music. We're back in the now zone again. People of the 90s at Times Square, acting out a fashion myth, acting modern. Uh-oh, here's 70s man, head filled with the past, pondering the meaning of modernism. Is modern always modern? Does it run out? Is it something you get out the modern cupboard now and then, polish? Or is it always frighteningly alive? Warhol, Pollock, Picasso. They all stand for radical breaks with the past. Ugliness instead of beauty. America instead of Europe. Irony instead of anguish. I am what I am because of them. But now they're the past. Andy Warhol became part of culture in about 1962. Lots happened since then. This is Millennium Modern Art. Damien Hirst spots in Lot 61, the latest media hangout in New York. I'm drunk now and jet-lagged from time travel, so I'm just talking rubbish. But if you ask me, what these spots say is that, like Andy Warhol's silver pillows, we are a form of art of almost unbelievable weightlessness, and yet we are quite good. How can that be? It's bright, decorative, eye-stimulating, exciting painting, doing all the things a painting should do. But it's all done mechanically with a compass, and with the colours not even being filled in by Hirst, but by an assistant. So something is missing. There's nothing to tell us what to feel. It expresses our culture's anxiety about the role of painting now. Does it have one? God, has it come to this? From Picasso's fabulous art of domestic life to all of modern art summed up in a restaurant. Art is dead, said Warhol. I am nature, said Pollock. I don't seek, I find, said Picasso. Vindaloo, says Hirst. Here we are, back where we started, at my studio, a modern art greenhouse, where modern art minds are cultivated and nurtured. Here's an artist painting a psychedelic modern garden. This is modern art going on, but being different. Damien Hirst isn't the last chapter, he's just the leader of our present phase of modern art, where geniuses don't really exist, but creativity and inventiveness and not being straight, and having your own system and not being polite, all still do. And that's the answer to the thing we were wondering last time we were at my ambiently humming studio. We like modern art because we don't know what it is. The reason it keeps changing is to make sure we never do.
This is Modern Art continues next week. Thursday, Ken Burns' superb series Jazz continues with the music taking new directions into the turbulent 60s. Join us for Jazz, 9:30 Thursday night. Stay with us now for the history of St. George's Chapel.
Look at this play, West Side Gangsta stuff.
If we think we've still got civilization, what do we think it is? Is it old monuments from the past lingering on? Look, a new one's gone up. It's art of our time. Is it about how civilized or uncivilized we are now? Larger than life in classical marble? Is it a bit of sensationalism? Or is it an outsider's heroic struggle to survive in society? Modern woman born without limbs. We don't know. We know it expresses us now. We want human, gritty reality. Everyone is different. Everyone is great.
One day it too will be the past. Future generations smash it up, or will it be in a museum? Will it be seen as a moving expression of life in a different time? That's what this series is about. It's about what art can do that history can't exactly do. What's the point of a legacy of art? Why do we preserve it and build museums around it? Because nothing is anything without the past. Over the next 4 weeks, take a time travel trip with me. See art that shows the past interacting with the present. Art tells us something about what we think we are, and what we could be if we were better than ourselves. It's the way we ask questions about ourselves. What is civilization? Civilization is what we do in order to not be at the basic, murdering, devouring, purely appetite-driven level of existence. It's the mind reining in the animal in us and drawing out the humanity. It's us living in a built environment with objects that show us this higher realm of aspiration, of yearning, of thoughtfulness. The higher level is human beings speaking to each other in signs and marvels. This is civilization. Its residue is art. Art isn't just another buzz that entertains us and distracts us from the grueling monotony of the trip of life. It is life. It's our imaginative proposal of what life can be. I'm going to be looking at civilization through art. I'm going to be picking out moments when the art is about fantastic leaps that civilization makes, where the very idea of who we are changes, and new ideas of our potential suddenly come up. The first program is about the longest lasting idea we've had so far in the history of civilization. The idea of religion. The idea that everything we are and ever shall be is already decided in the sky by the gods. Here's a few religions. They intersect. One leads into another. A bit of the West, a bit of the East. They make an epic tangle of jostling realities. Look at them in a different way than usual. Art today is not a million miles from the spiritual world of the past. We think it celebrates our irreligious present, but we're religious beings. We just seek out the experience in different ways. Familiar but ungraspable, mystifying, but we stare anyway. Our modern spiritual fix. Different approaches to being spiritual in the past brought about changes in what we thought we were. It's the art that religion has left behind. It shows us that. It shows points in time when civilization says, crikey, a momentous change in human consciousness. A god. The ancient Greeks carved their gods to look like themselves, like people. We can't exist emotionally in isolation. We can't be adrift and nothing. We have to feel there's a place for us in some bigger picture. So we've always had art. Art shows us ourselves. But we haven't always had it really looking like us. The art of the Greeks stands out for that. It's the Greeks who come up with a type of art that is incredibly lifelike. Suddenly, we are there. Our detailed, physical, muscular, sympathetic bodily reality is all mapped out in rounded, smoothed out marble. The Greeks come up with the ideal of a type of art that mirrors us directly. No other civilization at the time of the Greeks or before has this.
It's what makes the Greeks marvelous. For the Greeks, religion was in everything. There were great thunder gods like Zeus, but also anything in nature was a god. A breeze could be a god. Every river was a god. There was a ritual action for each one. The point was to get them in a good mood. You offered something. It might be a bit of your hair, or a part of an animal. For something really major, it was this, a statue. So that this, the Greek world, was full of offerings. Wherever you went, you saw statues of gods. There are different styles, archaic and classical. Archaic came first, rigid, stylized. That's the 7th and 6th centuries BC. The Greeks are in a room called Not Totally Sure Where We're Going. Then comes classical. Classicism is the one that grips civilization. The Greeks find a magic portal called This Is It. In the early 5th century BC, they go through it. This is a statue from 2,500 years ago of a god. It might be Zeus, the father of the gods, who hurls thunderbolts around. Or it might be Poseidon, god of the sea, and that might have been a trident he held in his hand. But it's in the form of a human man. Let's not think about the god bit right now. Let's think about what it is we're actually seeing. Ancient art in a museum. Normally we see this kind of thing without really seeing it. What is it that the Greeks really came up with? It's full of ideas about the way things work, what it's like to be alive, to have muscles, to be triumphant. Look at the flow and the power of it, the sweep through, the arm throwing, the eyes looking, and the balancing arm thrust forward. It all seems realistic and natural, but also it's a fantastically attractive, inspiring object. You've got the shape and the space around it, and at the same time, in a parallel world of perception, it's a human. It's true, it's the body of a male of a certain ethnic type, white, Western, but at least it hasn't got the head of a cat or 6 arms, which is how the gods were represented by other civilizations in the time of the Greeks. On some profound level, it is human. Grasp how truly odd it was for Greek civilization to celebrate the human in a minute after the barbaric outbreak. Help, we're in the religious zone. It's not that bad. To get your head around how amazing it was for the Greeks to depict the gods as human. See how it's done by a different culture. Greek art would be impossible without Egyptian art. Egyptian culture is much older and more sophisticated than the Greeks. The Greeks encounter it because they start to establish colonies everywhere. And to do that, they're influenced by what they see. The Greeks stood in amazement in front of Egyptian depictions of gods. This is the Temple of Isis on the Nile. Egyptians had a vast single kingdom, a godlike ruler, and a whole class of priests that maintained religious tradition. The gods looked the same forever. They were beautiful, but they always were flat, part human, part animal. 2,000 years before the arrival of the Greek classical style to 1,000 years after it, through the Romans and up to the Christians. Those smashed faces are Christian monks attacking Egyptian gods with chisels. Think of the Egyptians as ancient, Greeks as children compared to them. They're children with hyperactive imaginations. In the ancient civilizations, there's a stiffness, a purely symbolic quality in the way the gods are conjured up, rather than them seeming to be real, like your body feels real, or I look real, or the people in the room with you now seem alive and real. This difference between stiffness and movement between symbolic and real itches away at the Greeks, impressed by the awesome look-at-ability of Egyptian depictions of the gods. And the Greeks want that mood, but they want something else as well. They want human life. Hello, gods, youths, slender, staggering beauties, erect nipples. What are you? Why were you invented? Archaic period Greek statues are called kuroi, which means youths. The kuroi are much more delicate and human than anything done before. They have spooky animated smiles. There are subtle differences between one body and another. They're not just one rigid stereotype. During the 150-year period in which the kuroi were being made, there's a drive towards a greater and greater lifelikeness and a push away from the rigid and the stereotypes. Why? They think that their gods look like them. So to make a statue of one that's more and more human is to make it more and more godly. But the reason they feel they have to keep pushing and pushing in that direction is for a very human motivation. Competitiveness. The Greeks go in for competitive sponsoring of statues. They want the statues that they've paid for to be more noticeable and talked about than the ones that some other city or wealthy individual has paid for. They want them to be better. The Greeks are always looking over their shoulder at what everyone else is doing, thinking, how can I get the edge on him? Full-length, head-on, nude male. Tell us about your perfectly proportioned self. You're an athlete. You're a dead warrior, depicted young. You looked your best. You're the god Apollo. You're all these things. You smile to be attractive because you're an offering. You smile because you're a man. Men are in charge. The wives stay indoors. If they have to go out, they're covered up. But you are nude. You smile because you're sexy. Men who want to look at you have sex with boys and with men and with their wives. But whoever it's with, they think the one on top's in control. Control is philosophically important. Now you're smiling because you know we've lost you. You really are a strange being made by strange people. But you embody an ideal. Civilization keeps being fascinated by a balanced individual. Mind and body honed to a beautiful, perfect pitch. It's the makeup of Greek society that causes Greek art to change so fast. They don't have a vast single nation like the Egyptians. Very unlike the modern metropolis of Athens, they lived in little groupings, spread out over a vast area. Each one had its own different social system. They didn't have an iron control over all thought, dictated by tradition and kings. They were absolutely up for questioning everything, for discussing the meaning of everything. That jostling, competitive, free-thinking atmosphere was so productive that it only took a few decades for the kuroi, with their intimations of life, to mutate to this panorama of the whole of life. It's a religious festival carved to decorate the temple of the Parthenon in Athens. Men and gods, staggeringly clear, staggeringly real, except when they're worn away amidst the blurry outlines of a blurry, forgotten ritual. The Elgin marbles, removed from the Parthenon by Lord Elgin in the 19th century, brought to England. For us, the Parthenon is the great symbol of the invention of modern politics. It was the Greeks who came up with this unlikeliest idea of civilization. It's so normal sounding now that we don't realize how bizarre it was to other people at the time. The Greeks saw their own perfection in their perfect sculptures of gods, and they thought, why couldn't society be perfected?
Greek culture brings in self-awareness, self-scrutiny, self-defining. The Greeks question what society can be. They look at their own individual power. They philosophize human nature. How do we work? They're so clever, they can be filled with awesome religious piety about the gods, and yet they can still question what a god actually is. It's absolutely radical. No one's ever tried thinking like this before, let alone made this way of thinking into a whole social system. It doesn't crush human nature, it's based on human nature. It looks at the problem of the human ego, of passions, of drives, of moral corruption. It tries to bring out a right balance of feeling and reason. This strange experiment that everyone's in is called democracy.
The whole ferment of Greek invention is about bringing together mind, body, religion, politics. Whenever the classical look comes up in civilization, in whatever age, even if the look is being challenged, pristine marble purity is being parodied, as it often is in contemporary art, what is evoked is the idea the Greeks invented: self-questioning, self-creation. You can be someone, you are someone. Civilization didn't always give the Greeks the thumbs up. When a new religion came along, it spent centuries being furious with the perfect classical human body and wanting to smash it up. The Greeks were wise and intelligent, but our Father in heaven says, destroy the wisdom of the wise and set aside the knowledge of the intelligent. Get ready for the day of judgment. After the ad break, amen. Hello, dead man. We've got to drink your blood, eat your flesh every Sunday. We've got to believe you died and rose again. What on earth are you? This is the harshest, but also the most transfixing picture of the crucifixion I know of. The Eisenheim altarpiece, Christ on the cross, by the Northern Renaissance artist Grunewald. He died for our sins. God sent him down to make us all Christians. We never did entirely convert all over the world, but the impact of Christianity was so great that all the pagan religions were knocked out, and for nearly 2,000 years, Christianity held a huge part of the world in a mesmerizing grip, and every other part was affected by it. Instead of the perfect body of the Greeks, full of divine inspiration, it's the humiliated, abject body of Christianity, full of pain. Instead of the Greeks' balance of mind and body, it's a war. The war of the spirit against the flesh. That turquoisey light in the background is hope following hopelessness. You defeat what we all dread, death. If we follow you, we'll be saved. We sin, you suffer. No wonder when we look at you, we feel guilty. But what is it we're really looking at? We wanted to visualize Jesus. Art answered that yearning. The image in our minds is totally fictional. It's not based on folk memories of what he looked like, but on conventions of what he ought to look like that didn't start until several centuries after he died. Nobody painted a picture of Jesus when he was alive. The first pictures of him, he's a chubby little Roman with curly hair. Popular image now, a suffering, soulful man, is a later convention. Christ in agony, the defining image of the West. How did it happen? If you ask someone 2,000 years ago what kind of higher being would come to dominate so many people's minds, they'd have come up with something very different.
This is Artemis. She's a Greek goddess. Her cult was already thousands of years old in the time of Jesus. She's a nature goddess. She's worshipped by millions. People usually think those are multiple breasts that she's covered with. They want to think that's because she's the Earth Mother, the giver of life. For centuries, she was portrayed in this way. Beautiful, weird, draped in bull testicles. That is, in fact, what they are, connected to the ritual sacrifice that was made to her as the goddess of fertility. It's 500 years since the Parthenon was built. In that time, the Romans have taken over everywhere. Greek culture has been absorbed by the Romans and become Greco-Roman culture. The classical look is now the look of empire. The Greek gods become Roman gods. Everyone worships the gods. Artemis is one of the main ones. Hang on, I hear footsteps. There's someone coming who's going to rock this baby's world. It's a Christian saint, St. Paul. The chief shrine of Artemis was here in the city of Ephesus, on the coast of what is now Turkey. Ephesus was the Roman capital of Asia Minor. About 25 years after Jesus Christ is reckoned to have been crucified, St. Paul comes here. Paul invented Christianity. Jesus may or may not have existed. If he did, his preachings were to the Jews alone, not to the Gentiles. Paul certainly never knew Jesus. Paul was a Jew like Jesus, but Paul started out as a member of a fanatic Jewish sect that persecuted Christians. Paul had the job of hunting them down for questioning and punishment. Then Paul experienced an amazing religious conversion, and he spent the rest of his life fanatically spreading Christianity instead of persecuting it. Paul preached against the Greek mind, its gods, its philosophy. He said the miracle of Jesus had brought all that to an end. This is the theatre in Ephesus where St. Paul preached. He spoke to gatherings here of over 20,000 people. He converted them by the thousand. Imagine what's in his mind. He's amazingly ambitious. He thinks, I live in this world. I look up, I don't see the sky, I see symbols that have been here forever. The Roman Empire. This is the pagan world. What I want to do is ditch it. I want to wipe it out. Christianity is going to be a new way of living. We're going to have our own way of assessing whether the way we live is right or not. It's not going to be power, armies, and hostile nature gods. It's going to be Christ, the forgiver of sins. And life after death is the only important thing. And your body is not good. Your body is bad. Only your soul is good. Christianity spreads. Paul is on record as the apostle who travels the furthest, setting up simple, primitive Christian communities. Ephesus is only one of his Christian hotspots. Everywhere in it, Paul sees pagan art. He's tortured by it. For him, it's pagan depictions of false gods. You can't worship an object. Later, in the 6th century after Christ, inspired by Paul's hostility, Christians will pulverize these statues, bury them in the ground, cut their heads off. Rioting Christians will already have pulled down the shrine of Artemis and put up images of Mary instead. But that hasn't happened yet. It's only 56 AD. Rioting Artemis worshippers drive Paul out of Ephesus. He goes on preaching in other cities until finally he's beheaded in Rome during one of the Emperor Nero's purges of the Christians. And then in the 3rd century AD, something happens that if Paul had still been alive, would have freaked him out. It's on the walls of the catacombs in Rome, the underground tunnels where Christians bury their dead. Christian art appears.
done with a very crude level of skill. Actually, they're moving because they are so direct. But why are they there at all? After all, St. Paul said, no art. St. Paul's an intellectual, a head filled with visions of the miracle of Jesus Christ that he's getting across with his great preachings, his great words. Whereas the Christians who want to see this stuff are ordinary people. Their heads are still partly filled with art, pagan images, pagan gods. Christians have exchanged those gods for Jesus Christ, the miracle worker who's raised from the dead. And in this place of death, they want to give themselves consolation, hope of salvation, hope of life after death. They want to inscribe the walls with it. Somehow, words are not enough. They want a stronger power. They want art. Primitive Christian art is already existing symbols appropriated. The pagan magician Orpheus, whose magic music calmed the animals, who went down to hell and came back alive. Christians paint him, but call him Christ, the Good Shepherd, who looks after his flock of faithful Christians. People bang on about the transcending power of art. Is that just words, or do the words mean something? I think it means something. The early Christians in their catacombs felt that power in pagan art. They wanted to harness it to their Christ. That's what they're groping towards with the simple, direct communications of the catacomb walls. Those signs of hope. Christianity doesn't take off big time because Jesus' holy wisdom is so right. It's because the right people decide to back the wisdom.
Who are these Christians? What is this strange religion?
In the early 4th century, the Roman Emperor Constantine changed the whole Roman Empire from paganism to Christianity. Here he is, thinking it up. Constantine sees that through the centuries when Romans are persecuting Christians, when Christians are tortured and crucified and roasted over fires, they don't break. The early Christian martyrs give themselves joyfully up to death because of their spiritual beliefs.
I've heard it said they turn the other cheek.
Thinks Constantine. I can use that fortitude to bind the Roman Empire together, to bring order to Roman society. So it is that the Roman Empire becomes a Christian empire. This move by Constantine causes Christian art to become enormous. Christian art about Christ is little daubs on cave walls. Roman art about the empire is colossal. Christian daubs are dwarfed by Roman toes alone. The Christian movement was spread throughout the Roman Empire. Constantine raised it up out of the humble shadows to his own mighty imperial level. There's absolutely no evidence at all that Constantine ever attended a church service. He didn't particularly believe in Jesus. He wasn't personally a Christian. He did the whole thing for political reasons alone.
Why not let them worship their God? No one believes in the old gods.
Constantine casts a cynical eye over the Greek and Roman art that covers the ancient world. Constantine plunders statues from all over the Roman Empire and brings them to his new capital city, Constantinople, to glorify it. Now it's Istanbul. We're seeing the faded remains of the Ottoman civilization. But then it was the first glorious rise of the Christian civilization. And if you're sailing down here in the 4th century AD, you'd be seeing all these pagan statues everywhere, thousands of them. The old gods, their religious meaning on the way out. Christianity's power on the way in. Both now stand for Constantine's greatness.
Get the old statues masked up. It's not for awe at the old divine powers, but awe at the new unity. One empire, one emperor, one religion. Constantine starts a big church-building program to rival the pagan temples. Dreams of the biggest, the Church of Holy Wisdom. This is it, the version that gets built 300 years after Constantine's death, but based on Constantine's vision.
How implausible of the early Christian communities to imagine that their Christ could overthrow the great pagan Roman Empire. Weirdly, through Constantine's maneuvering, it happens. But actually, it's a reverse takeover. The new super Christianity, Roman Christianity, sees that spiritual purity and lack of artifice isn't going to work. Christianity triumphs, and in doing so, it isn't what it was. It's no longer the way of the meek and humble and love their neighbor. It becomes the religion of power, the religion of warfare.
And as long as the team and the contract is safe as well, then they're really interesting. But yeah, we've seen a few big guys coming now. It just needs to get above those levels and for people to really take it seriously and start aiming in, I think. But yeah, interesting.
Mosaics at the Church of San Vitale, built in Constantinople's western outpost, Ravenna. 1,600 years old.
What used to be simple, direct signs of pure hope, done in an artless style by underground Christian communities, is now three.
No. Yeah, I know he is. Is he following you like that? Click on their profile. If it doesn't show, click on their, profile again. Have to go there and I'll say, what you know.
Honestly, I cannot find him, but.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm following everyone in the room, but I just did it.
Can confirm I've got the follow, so yeah, let's hear what's going on.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I stream my life 24/7, 365, live on YouTube from 6 different angles. I've been doing so for more than 2 years. It's the world's largest time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and everything in between, and I stream my life for world peace. Thank you so much for letting me tell you about my project.
What's your project?
It's literally the most amount of data that's ever been uploaded to the internet. So it's essentially the documentation of NFTs and cryptocurrencies over the course of the last 2 years.
Well, what's it called?
It isn't like an NFT or a cryptocurrency. So essentially, it's just a compilation of my life on YouTube.
What's the YouTube name?
Rabbi Rothschild. So it's just my name. We're all related. So essentially, I have over 100 different YouTube accounts on which I do this. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 300 Twitter accounts. So if you want my main account, it's at Best Rabbi Ever. But you can literally watch me eat, sleep, drink, bathe, do everything that a human does 24 hours a day, like the Truman Show or Big Brother. You can watch me whenever you want. If you ever have any questions, if you ever need to connect with anyone, I'm always here for you.
Are you literally streaming now on something? Are you streaming yourself on this space right now?
I am. I am streaming from 6 different YouTube streams.
So where is the live stream of you doing this right now?
If you go to my profile in the link, if you click that, it's a YouTube link, and it'll open it up, and you'll see all 6 of them live. I'm also live on 7 different Instagrams. I use auto clickers. that, like a robot, automatically posts my life. So you can literally go back in my life over Instagram over the course of the last 2 years and watch any single given day.
You're breaking up. You might got too much data. Your data might be messing up.
Well, I do transmit a lot of data. I upload more than I download, which was quite confusing to my ISP because usually people download more than they upload. But I have made some really great friends along this journey. I've made some cryptocurrency friends. If you're familiar with Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, I'm live in their Discord 24/7. So they have a special little camera that comes right into my room. That whole community can watch me. And essentially, I watch documentaries. I watch sports. We keep following in the news, and it's essentially the world's largest timeline. But I really think in the future, generations of people will study this for its biological characteristics, for its behavioral characteristics, its psychological characteristics. Essentially, we can finally study humanity every single second that they are existing from 360 degrees. We've never been able to do this before previously.
Bro, I'm watching you right now. Talk. This is interesting, man. Yeah, I've heard of people doing this.
What makes mine different is mine.
It's interesting because you can't do anything. Like, you've got no privacy whatsoever.
You're absolutely right. What makes mine different is many people stream their lives. They don't stream and record it. So the key for mine is the recordability of it, that you can go back and watch me over the course of the last 2 years on any given day and watch what I was doing from a given angle. You can't do that for people who just stream their life and it's not recorded anywhere. So that's
the only issue I see with that is if I want to go back and watch 2 years of you, I'm gonna lose 2 years of my life because that's literally 2 years watching you.
Oh, that's a valid point. We're looking at this with 2023 goggles. We have to look at this when we have AI that can word search all of this, that can find given segments or with improved searchability. So currently on YouTube in 2023, yeah, it's difficult to find something that I did 2 years ago. In 2033, it should be instantaneous just based on word search, but there's also the ability to use AI to be able to search this entire composition and compilation of video to find the exact segment that you want.
Alright, well, it's very interesting, man. Like you only have one. I'm the only one watching you right now. I'm surprised you clicked on a link. I wasn't clicking on a link. I did it on my different streaming computer. So, but I mean, look, man, it's interesting. If you've donated your life to science, I guess. Hey, man, chill tank. You never know you're gonna get on our show. Yourself. He's showing himself. So check out his live stream, man. You can watch the day in life of this man. Dude, how do you make money, bro? Crypto?
I've worked six-figure income for Fortune 500 as a certified project management professional for years now. So I have some savings that I was able to just one day quit my job and be able to do this over 2 years ago. And I've just been doing it on savings.
Wow. Man, you got a pretty interesting story, man. I hope something comes of it, you know?
I appreciate that so much, and I appreciate the platform to be able to speak. Data is Earth's #1 resource. That isn't my opinion. That's according to The Economist. And if that's true, I have more data than anyone in global history, and that means I'm going to make everyone in this room rich. I'm following everyone in this room. I have over 300 Twitter accounts. They all filter to my main account, which is Best Rabbi Ever. If you ever need to get a hold of me, you feel free to DM me there or just go on my live stream and type to me, and I'm willing to talk to you about anything you want. So if you ever want a friend, I'm always here for you. Thank you so much to the room. Thank you so much, Ian, for the opportunity to tell everybody my story.
Wow. Awesome, man. It sounds like, Coach, what do you think about his story?
Honestly, man, I'm pretty speechless, to be honest. Yeah, it's not me for 6. I think fair play to you, mate. I could never do what you're doing. Yeah, it seems very stressful, and if you're doing it for science, that's very admirable. I find it interesting that you asked how he's funding all this, seeing as his last name's literally Rothschild. Yeah, I expect. I can imagine you've got a few savings stashed in a few places. But yeah, man, it's an interesting thing, and I hope something good can come out of it, because obviously it's very important to you, and you're dedicating a lot of time and a lot of effort to it. Fair play to you, man. Keep it up.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate it.
All right, man, we're going to drop you down.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Take care. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate it.
All right, man, we're going to drop you down.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Take care. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Beers, what did you think of that? You really good to... I already said everything. It's not something I would do. You got no privacy. Yeah. You're basically, whoever finds a girl.
Shield tank, let's fucking go. Hell yeah.
You never know you're going to be on Shield Tank. Dude came up and
Shield
showed
Tank.
his life, and it's available for you to watch live all the time. Interesting. All right. Who's right, man? Data is number one. Yeah, but if you own people's data, I don't think it's number one to just give like your data. I don't know. Yeah.
Shield tank, baby.
Speechless about that. All right, let's keep it moving. All right, Crypto Stones, you're up next. Let's keep it going. So we're kind of all speechless after that, but that's why it's Shield Tank.
I just got gas, I'm a move back. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm gonna come back better than last year. Never gonna look back.
Shield tank, baby. Shield tank, baby. All day, every day.
Yep, thank you for the opportunity, guys. I'm here representing the Gummy Bears community. We launched last Monday. Yeah, we were here previously with another dev. I don't know if you remember, with DMXI, Bitcoin Cash, and that guy ended up being a piece of POS and rugged us. And we decided as a community to come together and launch our own token, and we launched Gummy Bears. We also love Gummy Bears. Gummy Bears have been around for a long time, and there's a lot of memeable capability for the Gummy Bears.
centuries after the big kick-off given to Christianity by the Emperor Constantine, a super-amplified language of pure power. You're being shown why the Emperor's the Emperor. You're not. You're ruled by Christ and by the Emperor Justinian. They wear the same purple robes. They both have their retainers. They're both shown against timeless golden backgrounds as if they've been there forever. These mosaics spell out authority, the authority the Emperor has over everything on earth, because he's the representative on earth of Christ, and the authority that Christ has over heaven. Seeing Christ and his angelic bodyguards, and there's the Emperor and his crew. Paul couldn't imagine art about God, because the only art he knew was statues of sexy bodies that disturbed him. Christian art breaks up the muscular, rounded Greek body into flat, patterned symbols. Right? Doesn't focus on a body. There is no single focus. Greek statues show you the pinnacle of what man can be. Christian art shows you the idea of what God is. You are nothing. That's good, because the flesh is nothing. The mosaic stones are laid deliberately unevenly to catch the light differently. The effect is to make everything radiant, shimmer. The symbolic world, the immaterial realm, and the material realm coexisting. Mysterious signs tell you that deep inside you are known. Christ is both totally human and totally divine. You don't know how it works. You have faith. Change the dial a little, get in some different symbols and buzzwords, big ideas, and we are the early Christians. We don't know why we look at our stuff in our museums either, our equivalent in churches. The past craved a universal explanation of everything, and we're interested in the breakdown of everything. We want to see mysterious signs for that. If we're sometimes baffled, at least we know it's us. We know it's modern. We're baffled on our own terms. Art allowed the early Christians to be awed by the inexplicable on their own terms. 1,000 years of images of Jesus, from a sublime, ethereal being on gold to tortured God-man on a cross, reminding us that Christianity is a death cult. The idea was it would make us behave better. What do we do with him now that we could say he's the Lord of creation there? The advance of knowledge tells us we could also say we're looking at art about myth.
That means
Still human, we still have hungry souls that need to be fed. I think this is now the purpose of a staggering site like this. The purpose of art.
there is a difference in
religion's depths, its beauty, its consolations, its offering of answers to what can't be answered by anything else. This is now the realm of art. Art has that possibility of civilizing us, the possibility of defeating chaos that religion used to have. Religion was invented for.
Well, tough luck, right? Like, you just took a 10 or 15% hit because we're not as fast as the other stores.
The story of art that's often told is of artists looking at early Christian art and saying, yes, but we'll take it in a more realistic direction, away from flatness. The story that isn't heard so much is this. The guy rides out of the desert, totally confident in his own spirituality, needing a way of expressing it visually. He looks at all these patterns and says, yes to that, but no to meaningless pictures. Go abstract. It's another momentous change in human consciousness. No stories, no symbolic scenes. A new form of art shows how it's possible to have a spiritual, transcendent experience without fixing it to an image.
Who would I sing for? If I don't sing for the people they are doing, then who would I sing for?
The mosque in Córdoba, in Spain. Work began on it in the late 700s AD. Arab invaders have been ruling here since 712. 6 centuries after the time of Christ, the new prophet preaches a new idea of God. Christianity makes the notion of God confused with its tangle of doctrines and beliefs, like Son of God, Mother of God, and Holy Spirit that's somehow connected to God. Instead, submit to the new idea. No God but God.
The word for one who submits is Muslim. The word for submission is Islam.
Islamic culture gets from early Christian and Judaic culture an aversion to graven images, to idols. There's nothing in the Quran about art. From ancient interpretations of the Quran, collected together and written down in the 8th century, comes the tradition of having no pictures of anything in the place of worship. The absence of anything but patterns in mosques is a message to us about the kind of thing we need to see. We want to transcend the everyday. We want an order that's greater than us.
Dante might have to go on. I'm going to take him out of my life just so we can put it in our back.
The Ibn Tulun Mosque in Cairo, built in 837.
The idea of Islam for Muhammad in the first place is to defeat chaos. On the one hand, he sees all around him in Arabia Jews and Christians who say there's a single God who brings order and meaning, but who are conflicted about the true nature of this God. And on the other hand, he sees his own fellow Arabs at war all the time, different tribes constantly trying to kill each other, and worshipping a lot of dusty idols of ancient pagan gods who they've long ago forgotten the meaning of, who they don't really believe in. This is chaos. Islam is about the building of a new community of believers, all worshipping a single God. That worship must be very direct. It's just about your own personal relationship with the divinity. What eventually emerges is a form of beautification that doesn't contradict the directness. Islamic pattern is not holy in itself. It doesn't have any holy meanings. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a specialing up of the space.
Patterns unfolding, mutating, changing, staying the same. God is everywhere and in everything, constantly and eternally creating everything. Mosques everywhere. The art is about a tight, tough relationship between script, the sacred words of the Quran, made into a visual pattern, and other different types of patterns. Everything is geometric, based on rules and systems, circles or hexagons or other clear forms. This is a culture that profoundly reveres mathematics and geometry. Wherever you look could be the starting point. The patterns are deliberately made to seem endless. Mathematical relationships and very broad symbolism, circles suggest unity, tell you that the world is ordered. It's God's order.
What would you like to say?
The Kite-Bai Mosque, also in Cairo, but from the 15th century.
Yeah, there's nothing good about this.
I don't have any great thoughts about prayer. I look into the patterns. I'm interested in the idea that they're slightly unhinged from belief. I see not God, but layers, depth, surface, laciness, intertwiningness. I see modern abstract painting.
In a mosque, you see a deep
cosmic unity expressed through pattern. Everything is one thing. Everything's a unity. God is everything. Now here's Jackson Pollock, who's not a Muslim, he's an American guy in the 1950s. What he does is the same as what Islamic art in the Middle Ages does. Here's how it works. Jackson Pollock is painting autumn rhythm from the 1950s. In it, he sets up a network of spatters and energies and spaces and angles that keep coming round again, away from chaos and into order. Look at it closer to it, seems random. Step right back, and there is an order. You see it pulsating from side to side, like the Islamic circles and angles and twisting plant patterns that edge up to windows and arches and doorways. This type of art, too, is unity. It's about expressing through spontaneous marks what Islamic art expresses through precise geometry. Wholeness, stepping away from threatening chaos toward a feeling of inner unity.
Blue Mosque, built in the early 17th century by the Muslim conquerors of Constantinople, who renamed the city Istanbul. We're hardwired to enjoy pattern, to enjoy symmetry, visual complexity. We believe there's something special about it. What we find puzzling is spirituality. How does that fit with all that enjoyment? How does it fit with beauty? Many people would say they don't care about the visual environment, that other things come first. They do care about dying, though. They just don't want to think about it. In the past, religion provided a place to face those thoughts. We expected that place to be decorated. So we've come to think of beauty as secondary and religion as the heart of the matter. We don't realize that beauty, belief, and the journey of life are all part of the same thing. Beautiful nature gods. Golden Jesus. Patterns, the place where you commune with God. What we've seen in this program is stages in the history of art, but they're all aspects of what we are. Classicism is the Greeks being fascinated by the body, the natural look with a powerful underlying sense of rhythm and pattern. Christian art was anti-classical, but it built on it. It just subdued the natural and emphasized pattern. Islamic art in mosques was anti-Christianity, but it built on Christianity's underlying classicism. It was the triumph of pure pattern. The light, the shapes, the silhouettes, the symbols. The sense of a rich, dense seam of thought and meaning and feeling, all springing some kind of psychic switch inside us, connecting us in a bond of sympathy with everyone else. The art that goes with religion doesn't rely on faith. The power of it is that it causes us to get in touch with something deep within ourselves. Indeed, it lets us know that there is such a thing as depth. And that's something to smile about. Hallelujah, and good night. Civilization is what we do to not just be our basic appetite-driven selves. It's the higher realm. It's people talking to each other through the objects and monuments they leave for future generations. They're talking in signs, marvels. But what they're saying is, this is what we are. Art is civilization's lightning conductor for new values. Art does what the history books can't do. It shows us what civilizations of the past yearned for. What could we be if we were better than ourselves? In this series, I look at works of art that show fantastic leaps that civilization has made, where our idea of what we are suddenly changes. In the Middle Ages, the greatest art was medieval cathedrals. You're looking at Notre Dame in Paris. If you're medieval, you can hear the stones speaking. They say, "We will always be here." The soaring towers, the saints, the gargoyles. We will always tell you what your place in the world is. But then, after hundreds of years of certainty, in the 18th century comes another sound. A question. What is God? The answer, he's an abstraction. He stands for our highest values. Another question. Do we need him anymore? This week's program is about that transition moment. The moment we realize that it's not God raising us to heaven or hurling us into hell that will make us civilized. It's us, our own sense of our own humanity. Feeling is our guide to the good. If we're true to what we already are, that will be our path forward. But will we really like what we find?